The Witch Written Challenge. Sai che mi ero dimenticato che era in inglese? Without even being allowed to wait for dessert, we were chased out of the room. I heard that, in the end, our parents were unable to get grandfather to respond. Ok, figurati. Well, I'm not sure I should be saying this, but I feel like grandfather deserves a pat on the back. He had to be feeling pretty satisfied with the shock his strange letter had given to his children, who had all been so infatuated with distributing the inheritance while he was still alive. I too felt our despicable parents had gotten what they deserved in all of this confusion. But I couldn't really say that I was feeling great. I felt all sulky. Grandfather hadn't entertained them for a moment, but he also apparently hadn't denied anything about the letter. Grandfather's name pops up several times in the witch's letter. If grandfather knew that someone was stealing his name, then considering his character, he would probably be mad with rage. But even though grandfather now knew the contents of that letter, he had coolly ignored it. In this case, did that count as a silent yes? Auntie Eva and Dad have been trying to interpret the letter in their favor, their greed clearly visible. It wouldn't have mattered so much if that was all, but the adults had then started focusing on Maria, who had received the letter. They kept pounding her with questions about who had given her that letter. Maria repeated over and over again that she had gotten it from Beatrice, but there was no way a mysterious person like that could be mixed in with the others on this island. After all, this is a small island where no one except the Ushiromiya, where no one lives except the Ushiromiya family. Maria kept responding that she has gotten it from Beatrice, no matter how many times she was asked. It seems that the adult felt that she was trying to trick them, so they didn't hold back and questioned her until she broke out in tears. By the time Maria was released, she had cried herself to the point of exhaustion. Our parents ordered us to go to the guest house and take Maria with us. Then shut themselves up in the dining hall and started getting louder and louder as they discussed the inheritance. It seems that because of that strange letter, the possibility has arisen that Uncle Krau's ability to become the next head could be returned to a blank slate, and in exchange for accepting him, my dad and the rest were trying to swindle Uncle Kraus out of a lot of money, or something like that. Jessica and I, both astonished, were happy to move over to the guest house. We didn't want to be under the same roof as those filthy adults, their heads so filled with thoughts about money. Judge Aniki pleaded on behalf of our parents, saying that he wanted us to understand them. I understood his reasoning. No matter how filthy this stock of money was, it wouldn't go away if you just close your eyes to it. But even so, how could they be so blatantly degenerate into such money-grabbing demons? Degenerate. Non degenerate. Verbo. Guest house adesso. La dependance, come è sempre stata fino adesso. Maria had cried herself dry and was hiding in her bed. She hadn't even twitched for a while, so she was probably sleeping. Who in the world gave that letter to Maria-chan? Tra l'altro ditemi com'è l'audio, perché adesso ho mosso un pochino, ditemi se è troppo basso o troppo alto. George-Nisan, you mustn't ask that anymore. If Maria says she's gotten it from Beatrice, can't we just leave it at that? I mean, we wouldn't want to make her cry any more than this. That said, even we felt a confusion that we couldn't clear away. There are only 18 people on this island now. The thought that in the middle of all this rain, an unknown 19th person gave Maria-chan the letter and is now hiding somewhere, honestly, that doesn't seem realistic at all. Probably Shannon or someone put on a dress from that portrait and skillfully planned this ahead of time with Maria. Although, of course, as soon as Maria saw the dress, she might have been enough to, on its own, to convince her that it was Beatrice. Maybe it doesn't really matter who handed her the letter. The important thing is who sent it. The point is that grandfather wanted to cause an uproar by assuming the name of the witch. Seriously, that old geezer's good at riling people up. The truth was probably that our occult-loving grandfather was playing around by choosing a dramatic way of handing the letter over to Maria, who shared the same hobby as he did, paying no heed, though, to the trouble it would cause to Maria and the rest of us. Seriously, messing around with Maria's pure heart. Doesn't matter who handed the letter over. Maria said that she got it from Beatrice, so let's treat it that way. C'è un insetto che mi gira. I agree. Let's do that. To Maria-chan, Beatrice is kinda like Santa Claus is to most kids. Whether it be a non-existent 19th person or Santa Claus, as soon as we accept that they exist, they will at least exist inside Maria. I see. It's important to lie to a child to protect their dreams. What's up, Jessica? Still angry? Jessica had her hand on her chin, as though there was something that she couldn't understand. When I called out to her, she came to her senses. Ah, sorry. Well, actually, I was wondering if it was possible that Maria actually met Beatrice. Nel senso che per Maria, cioè, Babbo Natale per i bambini è come, cioè, Beatrice per Maria è come Babbo Natale per i bambini, cioè una figura positiva che non esiste, che dovrebbe essere protetta nella loro immaginazione, non distrutta, almeno fino a che non sono grandi abbastanza da capirlo da soli, ecco. Quello è il senso. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that there is a 19th person on this island? If we take what Maria-chan said to heart, then we do arrive at that answer. No, that's not what I meant. I'm talking about the story that someone we don't know has been living on this island since long ago. Living, you say? Where? In the forest. Oh, ti giuro, c'è un insetto che continua a girare, fa tipo Mario Kart, gira qua attorno continuamente. The adults were gathered in the dining hall, spending a very long time continuing the discussion that had been started by Beatrice's letter. Oh no, Andrew. Kraus strongly claimed that the letter was a simple prank, but he couldn't overturn the claim that Kinzo's failure to deny the letter was answer enough. Judging by Kinzo's character, if he knew that a letter had been written by someone else in his name, he would be mad with rage. Since all of the siblings knew that, Kraus had no choice but to withdraw his claim. Non ti sei perso nulla, Cipi, semplicemente stiamo riprendendo, ok? Stiamo riprendendo. Without even having to summarize it, the contents of the letters were simple. The person who solved the witch's epitaph would receive the headship and assets. This did a lot of damage to Kraus, who was thought to have been guaranteed the succession, And for everyone else who had given up on that long ago, it was better news than they could ever have hoped for. However, there were some points that worried them. The person who solved the epitaph was not limited to a member of the Ushiromiya family. Taken literally, anyone, no matter how doubtful their origin, could succeed to the Ushiromiya family. And furthermore, this meant there was a chance that all of the Ushiromiya's family assets could be stolen by some unknown person. In that sense, it was definitely not a situation where anyone could lower their guard, even the siblings other than Kraus. Had this letter come from a saboteur sent by Kinzo who called himself Beatrice? Or was it the scheme of some unknown person trying to steal the Ushiromiya's family's wealth? They still didn't know the truth. But they could say one thing for certain. Maria had received this problematic letter today, on this island. In other words, someone who was planning something related to that letter was on this island today. Was the person who set it up Kinzo, one of the 4 siblings, or maybe some unknown person? No matter how much they suspected each other, they couldn't reach a conclusion. After getting tired of bickering with each other, they finally reached the extremely obvious conclusion that doubting each other was just a waste of time. We've made no progress. Aspetta, devo mettere la voce di Kraus. We've made no progress, we've just been wasting time. That's right. Now that you've realized it, we won't have to waste so much. It's not certain that father is the one who sent the letter. My husband had merely had enough of you being unable to hold a conversation. Which one of us can't hold a conversation? You keep yelling at me every time I say something. Do you truly think that such shameful behavior is fitting for a member of the Ushiromiya family? Give it a rest, Eva. You too, Natsui-san. That topic's finished for now. Shall we all cool our heads off for now? We have some cool drinks brought over. That sounds good. It would probably be wiser if we cooled our heads. Baby, don't you want to go for a smoke too? Aneki looked like she's in a bad mood, so I'll pass on that smoke. But I agree about the cool drinks. Rosa, have someone bring some water. A whole pitcher. Alright. Rosa headed over to the extension telephone in the corner of the room and called the servant room. She then passed on what Rudolf had told her to the person on the other end. Sì, adesso muore Eva perché Rudolf fuma. È tipo come la strega di Oz, quando gli buttano l'acqua addosso si scioglie. Eva è così col fumo. Se qualcuno fuma di fianco a Eva... Va bene. The vicious bickering up until now vanished like it never had happened. That silence continued until Goda finished setting the table and retreated from the room. Is there anything else that you require? No. Please leave us. Yes. Then, if you will excuse me, if you need anything, call me at any time. Come Snake perde vita. After listening to the sound of Goda's footsteps disappearing off into the distance, everyone took a deep breath at the same time to break the tension. It sure is raining hard. I wonder if our witch, this 90th person, is taking shelter in the arbor in the rose garden about now. I wonder. They might be able to avoid the rain, but it would be quite cold. Mysterious 19th visitor. It sounds pretty interesting, just like a mystery novel. Normally, in that kind of story, it's a safe bet that the person doesn't exist, that one of us, 18, will be faking it. I suspect Genji and the others. We should have found any excuse we could to dismiss all of the servants of the one-winged eagle. Come now, don't say that. We must be grateful for the long years of service. Of course, we can't let our guard down. So then, you also agree that whether or not father was behind this, the person who handed Maria-chan the letter was a servant. Indeed. After all, we all being friendly in our big happy circle the whole time until dinner, weren't we? All of us siblings have alibis. Only a servant could have handed Maria the letter. But all of the servants said that they were too busy with the bed making to have any spare time during which they could have gone to Maria in the rose garden. Hey, what are you trying to say? You aren't saying that the witch of the forest, Beatrice-sama, came over and actually handed Maria-chan the letter, are you? Rosa, you used to believe so much that it really frightened you, right? You don't mean to say that you still believe it at this age? The witch of the forest. If she did exist, I'd love for her to appear. But no matter how much I wished, she didn't appear before me even once. She didn't save me from my crisis. Of course not. I just thought that since 18 of us said we didn't do it, there might really be a 90th person. That can't be. In the first place, we were the only ones who came on that boat. We didn't see any mysterious stranger riding with us. Penso sì. You don't think that they might have swam across the rough sea, right? I can't really imagine that. Logically, that's true. It is difficult to imagine that there's a single hidden and uninvited guest on this island, on this isolated island. However, it looks like some of us still can't bring themselves to discard the possibility entirely, doesn't it? Hideyoshi had left it off, saying that there couldn't be a 90th person. 19th person. But Kiri had sensitively picked up on the delicate atmosphere among the four siblings. Just by common sense, there couldn't possibly be an uninvited guest on this small, isolated island. How on earth would they get here, and from where? And where would they be hiding themselves? And why wouldn't they appear openly, even though they had sent a letter in their own name? No, none of this could be explained. But considering that none of the four siblings had joined in on Hideyoshi's laughing, they seemed unable to completely deny in their hearts the possibility of a 19th person. Kiryu-san, I would like to make this clear. We don't remotely believe in that fairy tale about the legend of the witch. Another topic to insult father, is it? Simply mention that is a betrayal against him. Well, yes. However, this is father we are talking about. It is possible that he, you know, I don't know anything. What's this? Why has everyone gotten so gloomy? What are you talking about? You're saying that the legend of the witch isn't a joke, but a fact? That's ridiculous. No, of course, nobody believes in some witch riding on a broom and flying in the sky. But the woman in the portrait, Beatrice, may really have existed on this island. Hideyoshi-san, it looks like we aren't talking about a witch, but something a little simpler. Let me see if I have this correct. You all suspect that father had a mistress named Beatrice living in secret somewhere on this island. It is something like that? Father is a paragon of a man, a model of self-discipline and restraint. It is completely inconceivable that he would bring something so filthy onto this island. Natsui snapped at her immediately, but it looked like the four siblings, including her husband Kraus, didn't think that way. On the contrary, it appeared that they thought Kinzo was exactly that kind of person likely to attempt such a stunt. The existence of a mistress who had Kinzo under her spell had been whispered of since the very beginning when he had built the mansion on this island. I'm sorry, Natsui-san. I know how much you respect Dad, but the rumor's been around for a long time. Dad prepared this island by himself and built everything. It's been suspected from the beginning that this mansion might have some hidden tricks or secret rooms only known to Dad. And it's also been whispered that hidden somewhere on this island there might be a secret mansion none of us know about. Yes, it has. This island might look small on a map, but it's quite large for just the Ushiromiya family to live on. So people have wondered whether he might have built a secret mansion somewhere in the uncivilized forest for his mistress to live in. That's a rather large-scale story. In the beginning, we used to say that it might be somewhere inside this mansion, that there might be a secret hidden basement with a fabulous hidden room where the witch in the portrait was secretly hiding. After seeing the intricate auto lock on that study, it isn't too hard to imagine, right? Indeed, father did spread the rumor that he hid a large amount of gold in some secret place, protected by some secret mechanism. It would not surprise me to find there existed some hidden room inside this very mansion that none of us knows about yet. When mother was alive, she would often scour the entire mansion searching for it when father was absent. Mother also suspected that what Rudolph just said. She believed that there was a hidden door or stairway somewhere, and that his blonde-haired mistress was hidden behind it. Tra l'altro, noi sappiamo per certo da episodio 1 che Kinzo ha avuto un amante. Da episodio 1, quando erano nella stanza di Kinzo, Natsui, i ragazzi, Kumasawa e Nanjo, quando erano tutti nella stanza lì, Kumasawa ne ha parlato. No, Genji c'era anche. C'era anche Genji, sì, che ha confermato la storia. Quindi noi sappiamo per certo, o almeno ce l'hanno venduta come tale, che Kinzo abbia trovato dopo la guerra una donna di nome Beatrice che sì, con cui ha avuto una relazione, che amava profondamente. Poi questo suo amore si è trasformato in ossessione e noi sappiamo bene fino a dove è arrivato. It's hard to believe, but there are some actual examples in other countries of people cheating with someone over a period of several decades by making them live in a hidden attic room. And this was Kinzo with a mansion this extravagant. There was endless opportunity to suspect the existence of hidden rooms. Esatto, Jover. The legend of the Rokkenjima witch. From what I've heard, it was just a fairy tale made up to prevent children from entering the uncivilized forest by scaring them. But it's starting to sound like there's a little more to that story. Well, yeah, as you know, this is a lone island without anything but the Ushiromiya mansion on it. When Rosa and I were little brats, on stormy nights we were so scared by the sound of rustling trees we could hear from the forest. We had this crazy delusion that something weird might be looking out at us from between those trees. It's only natural for any brat to think something like that. But some people heard Rosa and me making those claims, and they weren't happy to dismiss it as a kid's delusion. Isn't it right, Aneki? Yeah. Anzi, yeah. Nissan and I thought that by coincidence you might have spotted Father's mistress, who had been living in secret on this island, as she went out for a walk when no one was looking. Of course, Mother did too. Among the older servants too, you often heard that ghost stories about how the witch of the portrait wanders around the mansion at midnight. Outwardly, I left that off as just a ghost story, but on the inside I suspected very much that it referred to the existence of a hidden mistress. Qua c'è Natsui che sta morendo comunque a sentire tutte queste teorie. In that case, you're saying that the existence of a 19th person may not be completely ridiculous? That they might actually be somewhere around here? Sounds like a case of devil's proof. Sounds like a case of that devil's proof Rudolph-san is always talking about. It might be possible to prove that there's a 19th person on this, but it's impossible to prove that a 19th person doesn't exist. Should we continue this discussion assuming that there is a person named Beatrice hiding somewhere on this island? The devil proof è la promatio diabolica. As the first step in this crisis management, that's the right way. It's probably way more prudent to say she might exist rather than thinking there's no way she exists. She does. I see. Sorry, I was a bit careless. Rosa-san, just for laughing. Sorry for laughing just now. It's alright, I don't mind. Hideyoshi apologized deeply for not being conscious enough of danger despite calling himself the president of a company. Sì, eviterei CP perché se no tolgo anche quello. Silence fell again. By preparing for the existence of a 19th person, they were accepting that some unknown person was hidden on this island. And since this person might have something bad planned for them, it was only natural that it came with a certain degree of discomfort. In the past, Father would sometimes suddenly disappear without telling anyone where he went. After all, he is a person who appreciates silence. It was not out of the ordinary for him to shut himself up in some archive after purposefully not telling anyone where he was going. However, after the witch theory began to be refined into the theory about his mistress, it was eventually whispered that he was secretly going back and forth to see her. Mom was completely overridden with doubt in her final years. Sometimes she suddenly started making a racket and asking the servant to look for Dad immediately, saying it was an emergency. Yes, that did happen sometimes. Mother was always doing things like that in her later years, and that frightening atmosphere still hasn't gone away. I can say it for certain now. She was a person to be pitied. So then, what were the results of those large-scale searches of the house? Did they find anything? No. Not on a single occasion did they even find Father, let alone any rooms. And every time, after a lot of time had passed, he would suddenly show up somewhere. Then he'd say that he'd been taking a nap in some archive, or that the wind had called him down for a walk on the beach. But it was always some place where the servant had already looked. We never knew where father had gone.
当時からお父様はオカルトに傾倒していることが有名だったから。一部の使用人たちは
By the time father was already famous for his adoration of the occult, but by that time father was already famous for his adoration of the occult, so some of the servants exaggerated, saying that he might have turned into butterflies and danced around in the rose garden. So in short, father frequently disappeared and no one knew where he went. Yeah. Since we couldn't find him no matter how much we looked inside the mansion, we grew increasingly of the opinion that Dad might have gone somewhere outside it. But there isn't much to speak of it in the area outside the mansion, which leaves only the expansive forest. And if you tie that in with the legend of the witch from the forest, you get a theory like this. Dad had actually built a hidden mansion somewhere in the forest, inside of which a mistress by the name of Beatrice lived, and he sometimes went to see her. I was also young at the time. At one point, I became intent on catching father cheating, and I tried to follow him when he went outside. I failed, of course. Every time Dad went outside, he was oddly intent on staying out of sight, and was extremely cautious that he wasn't being watched. It was like that of a very odd extent. But that actually made me sure he must have been going out for some reason that the members of his family couldn't know about. And that would be going to meet his mistress, probably trying to avoid being seen. After seeing Hideyoshi nod and say yes, as though this was quite obvious, Eva got a little sullen. Well, anyway, this island was like a sketchbook in which father, with his Western obsessions, could draw out all of his dreams. Everything about this island was exactly how father wanted it. It wouldn't be odd at all if there were some hidden mansion for his mistress to live in. Eva's words spoke for what all of the siblings had come to think. For a while, the room returned to silence again, and everyone listened to the sound of the wind and rain. Was there a hidden mansion on this island, and had Kinzo's mistress been living there in hiding for a long time? Every one of them had thought that they were being too suspicious, and had refrained from saying it for the longest time, but it had been a common opinion that everyone shared. Kyrie, who had been listening to the whole time with her eyes closed, spoke to no one in particular. How long has this rumor about father's mistress been around? As soon as we moved to this island, so about 30 years ago. To think about it, it would have been impossible for him to have hidden a mansion constructed once we came here. People and materials would have been going in and out. We would have found out in no time. So if that was possible, it would have to have happened before we've moved here. Probably could have been built along with this mansion when we were still living in Odawara. It's probably appropriate to assume that he had a plan laid out from the beginning to set up a double life with his family and his mistress. And his relationship with the mistress probably went back to the days where we lived in Odawara. Probably. As if father said, if, as father says, she is the source of the vast amount of gold that he used to gain the funds which resurrected the Ushiromiya family, we could probably conclude that they had a close relationship since Odawara at least. A relationship trusting enough for her to lend him a vast quantity of gold. I can't even imagine how old that relationship must have been. Most likely, she gave father some invaluable advice for achieving success in business. E finalmente, desolata e distrutta, anche Natsui deve ammettere qualcosa. It's natural to think that out of a sense of gratitude for that, he described it as a person who had given him gold. If you think about it that way, it's obvious that they would have a closer relationship after that. Rather than a debauched relationship with a mistress, it was probably a relationship of gratitude to the person who saved the Ushiromiya family from crisis. Certo, anche io costruisco allegedly, un'altra... come si dice mansion in italiano? Un'altra magione nascosta in una mia isola privata per far vivere di nascosto e visitare costantemente la mia amica che mi ha dato dei consigli finanziari, che mi ha reso ricco. Certo, proprio così, Natsui. Come il meme dei cosi, come il meme degli storici dei decenni passati, dei secoli passati anche, e quando c'era palesemente una relazione amorosa magari omosessuale fra artisti o figure storiche, e il suo grande amico con cui ha passato il resto della sua vita e non si è mai sposato, il suo grande amico. And they were roommates. Ecco quello che stavo cercando. Stessa cosa, solo che invece dell'omosessualità qua si sta nascondendo un rapporto fedifrago. That was a way of looking at it that might have some sense to it too. But even if that was the case, isn't building a hidden mansion and having her live in it going a little too far? Esattamente quello che ho detto Hideyoshi. Doesn't that mean that there were some emotion in play beyond gratitude? Well, this is all speculation. In the first place, no one has ever found the hidden mansion. Aniki, you're planning on expanding this island into a resort, right? You might stumble on it by chance in the process, who knows? King of Corn. la moglie di Kinzo è King of Corn. Sì, esatto, Jover. Stavo proprio per citare quello. You might... Okay. Maybe you'd even unexpectedly find some of the gold there, too. Do you think Rokkenjim is a treasure island or something? Don't play dumb. Although you say you're opening a resort, we know that it's just a cover for a full-scale investigation of the entire island, okay? Although it sounds as if, due to all the horrible and confusion, due to all the trouble and confusion we were talking about earlier, you haven't been able to carry it out, of course. I don't know what you're talking about. But you misunderstand. It is perfectly natural that investigating this island would be the first step into turning it into a resort. Kraus tried to play dumb, but it was plainly obvious to his siblings, who knew him well. Kraus was definitely sure of the existence of a hidden mansion. And under the pretense of opening a resort, he had been investigating the island in detail, searching for a clue as to the location of the hidden gold. They couldn't tell whether the conviction was just him overthinking things or whether it was based on some physical proof. However, if Kraus, with all of his guilt, was convinced, then the other siblings were similarly convinced that there must be a sufficient basis for it.
森に魔女が住んでるっちゅうのはそのまんまおとぎ話やが
The story about the witch living in the forest is straight out of a fairy tale, but the story about some blonde-haired girl living secretly in a mansion no one knows about in the middle of the forest isn't much better.
そうね
Certainly.
シチュエーションだけだったら
Taking on
まる
its
で童
own,
話
the
作
setting
家みたい
sounds
ね
just like some sort of, some kind of children's story.
ローザそうい
You
うの
like
好き
those,
でしょ
don't you, Rosa?
ま何
Perché la sta bullizzando così tanto sto giro, poverina?
この島に屋敷を建てた頃は
When the mansion was built on this island, father was at the height of his prosperity. With his money, he could probably have obtained anything, made any of his delusions real. A mansion in the forest where a witch quietly waits. It sounds like the kind of setting Dad would like.
だな
Doesn't
カルト
it?
チックというか
Like something from the occult or a fairy tale. If it's like that, would be into that. On this island, which the Ushiromiya family had lived on for 30 years now, a hidden mansion that no one knew about had been quietly built, and within there lived a witch known only by her portrait. Even this hard-to-believe story might not be completely delusional considering all of Kinzo's strange habits and his vast wealth.
お父さんがそういう夢を思い
It
描い
might
て
not have been
隠し屋敷
impossible
を
for
建てる
father
こ
to
とは
build a hidden
不可
mansion
能
to
じゃないかもしれ
satisfy
ない
such a dream.
でも現実的な話
However, let's be
その
realistic.
隠し屋敷
Would it
に
be possible for
愛する女性
to
を
house
不
his
自由なく
beloved
何十年
woman
にもわ
in
たっ
that
て住まわせる
hidden
ことなん
mansion
て
for
可能なのか
decades
しら
without it becoming inconvenient?
さあ
Well,
愛さえあれば可
if
能
there
なん
was
じゃない
if there was love, it could have been possible, right?
愛する女性が健やかに
Think
過ご
about
せ
the
るような設
facility
備を
needed to let his beloved woman live
それもお
heartily,
父さんなりのね
no, healthily, and how father would do it. For example,
それはたとえ規模が小さかったと
even if
して
it
も
was on a small
趣向を凝ら
scale,
した
would
快
have
適な
been
邸宅
an
に違いない
intricate and pleasant residence.
そしてそれを維
And
持
in
するには
terms of upkeep, it would need
電気、
electricity,
ガ
gas,
ス、水道、
running water,
あるいは身の
as
回り
well
の
as the
世話に
possibility for
人
some
間も
people
必要
to
かも
help
しれない
her.
食事の世話
Even
だって大変でしょうね
providing her for meals would be quite
衣服や
difficult.
化粧品
She would need clothes and makeup, daily necessities.
女の身の回りは
The
簡単
needs
じゃ
of
な
a
いわ
woman aren't
それだけ
simple.
のものを
Would it be
家事にも
possible
使
to
用人に
maintain
も
all of
逆ら
that
せずに維持す
without
ることって
any of the
可能なのかし
family
ら
or the servants noticing? When you say like that, it sure sounds like a weak point in our
だ
theory.
がそれでも
But that isn't enough to get rid of my feeling that Dad might have been able to pull it off anyway. After all, it is Dad.
そうね
That's
あのお
right.
父様だものね
It is Father.
お父様はや
When
り遂げ
father
る
had
ことは何
something
があって
he
もや
wanted
り
to
遂げます
succeed in, he would succeed no
常
matter
人には
what.
難しいから無理だ
Saying
ろう
that
と
it
いう
would be
理由は
difficult for a normal
お父様
person
に関してだけ
and
は
is
当
therefore
てはまらないで
impossible
しょう
doesn't apply when it comes to father.
親
Yes,
父殿に関して
we should never underestimate
見くびらん
father.
親父の狂気
Dad's madness can't be
常人の思考
understood
では
by
理
normal
解にも
people.
及ぶ
I wouldn't put it past the Ushiromiya Kinzo. Proprio D sottolineato. As long as that word could accompany his name, a considerable amount of credibility dwelled in any story, no matter how absurd. However, that didn't shake the importance of what Kiri had said. This was different from stealthily raising a kitten in a cardboard box and keeping it a secret from your parents. Taking care of a person in secret over a period of 30 years would be an incalculably massive task.
お父さんの黄金伝
The
説は
legend of Father's gold started before he gained possession of Rokkenjima. That would mean that he and his mistress go back over 30 years. How old would that make her? In the worst case, she could be as old as us or older, right? By that age, the body starts to break down. I don't care. I don't care what the mansion's like. I couldn't call living in a place where people's eyes can't reach, almost as though she were under house arrest, agreeable. That's right. If what father told us about Beatrice is true, then that relationship has lasted for over 30 years. She might have been a charming young woman at the time, but it's probably appropriate to think that she's now an old bag like us. I can easily imagine that given the content of that letter. You should talk. Kraus laughed as though blind to his own shortcomings. Of course, Eva was offended, but she didn't strike back. Quit it, Aniki. So if everything we imagine is true, she should want to throw out her chest with pride and join in on that inheritance problem. I mean, there's a good chance that this love was mutual, unlike with Mom. She might have been aware she was his mistress, and yet at the same time felt a kind of pride as his real wife. That is an insult to Mother. Oh, sorry. But everyone knows it was a political marriage decided by the elder relatives. Because of that, we can be sure that it wouldn't be odd for Dad to have a mistress. The family sank after the Great Kanto earthquake, and Kinzo was set up as the Ushiromiya family head against his will. However, in the beginning, he was influenced strongly by the elder relatives, who treated him like a puppet while they pulled strings. He wasn't permitted to decide anything by himself, not even his marriage partner. And by his meeting with the Golden Witch Beatrice in those unhappy days, Kinzo legends of the gold was quickly embellished into something dramatic. In other words, it could mean that Kinzo met a woman he really did love. And she also knew his whole story. And even if they weren't marriage partners, it wouldn't have been odd for her to consider herself his true wife inside her heart. And now the person registered as his true wife was already dead. In which case, she might be fully intending not to encroach on not just the rights of his assets, but the battle over the headship as well. I see. I'm starting to see the purpose of this letter. The headship to the one who solves the epitaph's riddle. So that's what it means. Even if that mistress obtained a rank within the Ushiromiya family, since she is not a direct relative of father, she will be inferior to even the children. In other words, she will be right below Rosa in rank. That's not a good position to join the battle of the headship. So that's it. If someone can solve the witch riddle, they will receive the headship regardless of rank. In other words, it is the most advantageous condition that Beatrice could get, since she had no chance whatsoever. Oh, grazie del ride, GBJ Twitch. Benvenuti, io sto leggendo in inglese una visual novel, quindi siamo un po' fuori contenuto normalmente godibile, ecco. Sì, non siamo, facciamo ancora un'oretta stavolta. Benvenuti e grazie mille del ride. Come va? The revival of the Ushiromiya family had been made possible by the gold Beatrice had bestowed. In other words, the credit belongs to her. And she built that wealth together with Kinzo, so it was natural that she would have thought of herself as as the one who should inherit it. It would also be natural for her to despise the thought of giving a single cent to the children of the wife Kinzo had never loved. How incredibly
仮に
impertinent!
愛人が実在
Even
した
if
と
this
しても
mistress
当
actually
主継承権を争うなど
existed,
身の程をわきまえ
existed
る暴挙です。
for her to fight over the rights to the head's inheritance would be an outrageous action far above her
なん
place.
という身の程知
What
らず。
disregard for her own place? Natsui turned red, her fist quivering. There was also complicated circumstances behind her entry into the Ushiromiya's register. Those who knew that understood. Scusatemi. Those who knew that understood more or less why she got so angry for the sake of Kinzo's dead wife.
まあその暴挙のおかげで
Well, thanks to her outrageous action,
私たちにも公平にチャンスがあるわ
we
けなんだけど。
now all have an even chance, right?
それにお父様は
And
この
also,
暴挙
father
を
had
黙
given
認さ
that
れている
outrageous action his silent
後ろ
approval.
宮家を継ぐ
Will the
のは
person who succeed the Ushiromiya family be his mistress Beatrice, or one of us, who he may not love, but who do carry his blood?
それを争わせて
Maybe he wants us to make a struggle over to see who is worthy. And Eva giggled roguishly. Pensavo rozzamente, invece roguishly, ok. Kraus shrugged his shoulders and looked away.
でもその条件は向こう
However,
が出して
since
き
it
たとい
was
う
the
こと
other
は
party that brought up this
向こうは十
condition,
分な
I
賞
wonder
賛
if
があ
that
るとい
means
う
that
こ
the
とじゃ
other
ないのか
party
しら。
has a significant advantage.
それもそうや。
That's a point too.
第一
In the first place, if Beatrice meant the letter literally, then she's father alchemist. In other words, she's the manager of his
そ
gold.
の隠し場所を知っていて
It
も
wouldn't be strange at all if she knew where it was hidden, wouldn't it?
こらひどい話やで。
What a bad joke this is.
答えを知っている
It's like she's giving us a riddle that she already knows the answer to. She'd probably show up rudely and say, "Hey, here's the answer. I'll take the headship now." And snatch everything away from us.
そうね
That's right.
謎々の出
The
題
one
者
who
は
sets the
常に
riddle
正解を
always
知ってい
knows
るも
the
のよ
answer.
これは
There's a
私
good
たちから
chance
全てを
that
奪
this
う
is
た
a
めに
trap
作
to
ら
steal
れた罠の
everything
可
from
能性
us.
が高いわ
そこまで考えると
If you think it about it like that, then don't you start to doubt whether she really has the gold in the first place.
なぜ我々にその
Why
存
would
在
she
を
tell
教
us
え
about it?
黙って着服す
All
る
she'd have to do would be stay silent and embezzle it.
確かに
You're
おか
right.
しな話だ
Doesn't make much sense. Indeed, it was just as they say. As said, if the epitaph showed the way to where the gold was hidden, why would she challenge them to try to solve it? If they actually did solve it, wouldn't the gold be all stolen? Could it be that this person was trying to stir the siblings up so they tried to solve the epitaph and would then snatch it up before they solved it? That was a very reasonable guess.
いえチェス盤
No,
をひっく
if
り
you
返して
flip
考え
over
れ
the
ば
chessboard,
黄金を実
there
際に
might
持っ
be a
てい
pretty
る可
good
能性は
chance that
低
they
くないか
actually
もしれ
do
ない
have the gold.
どうしてそんなことが断言できるのよ
How can you be so certain?
待て姉貴
Wait, Aniki.
キリエ
Kirya, please keep
続きを話
talking.
してくれどうしてそう思う
Why do you think that?
だって私たちは魔女の碑文なんていう
After all,
謎
they
々
do
の答え
really
を教え
think
られ
that
たくらいで
just... Sto guardando drop frame. After all, they really think that just telling us the answer to the riddle in the... blah 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 blah. After all, do they really think that just telling us the answer to the riddle in the witch's epitaph would seriously be enough for us to hand over the headship to the Ushiromiya family? That we'd be so impressed at the answer to the riddle that we just give up?
そらまあ
Well,
それも
that's
そうや
true.
な謎々の答え
If
を
they
教えられ
think
た
we
くらい
just
で
give up after
わしら
being
が
told the
あっさ
answer
り
to the
家督
riddle,
をはいどうぞと
that we
渡すか
just
って
say,
言ったら
here you go,
そ
and
ら
hand it
甘い
over,
話やな
they've got another thing coming.
当然です
Of
後
course.
宮家の家督
The
を
headship of the
そんな
Ushiromiya
程度のこと
family
で
is
譲
not
ること
something
が
that
あ
can
る
be
わけが
handed
ない
over so easily.
そういうことよ
That's exactly That's it, exactly. No matter how one-sided a game Beatrice proposes, and even if she splendidly shows up the answer, there's no way we'll obediently hand over the headship. In other words, unless there is something that forcibly compels us to play this game under fair conditions, this game won't function as a game. That's right. Unless the losers are forcibly compelled to hand over the headship, the game doesn't work. And what would this compelling force be? Would they bind us in chains and threaten us into handing over the headship? I see, I get it. They would just have to do something which make us willingly give up the headship. I see. Then yes, certainly Beatrice would have to be in possession of 10 tons of gold. Right, I get it too. In other words, it's a trade, right? What do you mean? A trade? Trade what? The Ushiromiya family headship for the hidden gold. Beatrice surely plans to tell us the location of the 10 tons of gold and use that as a bribe to gain the Ushiromiya family headship. Baka-bakashi! They want to trade the succession to the glorious Ushiromiya family for money? Blasphemy! Blasphemy against the Ushiromiya family! Natsu, tu sei l'unica a cui interessa il cosa della famiglia qui, penso, sai? E sei una di quelle che è diventata, ha adottato il cognome perché si è sposata. Tipo, nessuno qui, vabbè, no, in realtà anche a Eva interessa perché è il suo sogno di quando era piccola. Listen without getting mad. About how much wealth does this glorious Ushiromiya family has right now? Oh no. Are we really that affluent? The definition of affluence is not dependent on property. It is about heart. Of what relevance is our financial situation to... Kraus interrupted Natsui as she started to go on emotionally. In this situation, the more she went on and on emotionally, the worse it would actually sound for them. Myself aside, I've heard that the rest of you are in pretty unfavorable situations right now. Oh, really? I've heard that your financial situation is extremely unfavorable, actually. Repeatedly exchanging collateral for new money to gamble with. Repeatedly dabbling in gamble after gamble, unable to accept your losses. If you want to talk about our state of affairs, none of us here is impoverished as you, Nissan. How much have you lost, Nissan? You have no talent. Who are you saying has no talent? And impoverished, you say? Natsui became indignant once again, but Kraus raised his hand again and interrupted her. It seems you are making a small mistake. Business is not something that can be judged based simply on progress. When someone conducts business with a view to the long term, as I do, it may appear that sometimes at a glance that they have suffered some significant short-term losses. Aniki, we've been collecting evidence. Now is not the time to be putting up a front. So this is what Kiria is trying to say. Every last one of us is stuck for money, and Beatrice has 10 tons of gold. As the person who knows the location of 10 tons of gold, Beatrice is planning on using it to force us to sell the position of family head. About how much is 10 tons of gold worth? A rough estimate? 2 billion yens? No, 20 billion yen. If she threw that much our way, we would be jumping with joy to accept her as the successor to the head. Hai assolutamente ragione, Henry. The scene returned to silence. Even the rain and the wind sounded louder. There was probably also the sound of the windstorm that distributed the insides of the that disturbed the insides of their minds. Must be joking. They thought that just because she tossed me a little money, I'd give up the family headship to some woman of doubtful origin. Don't talk stupid. You weren't even going to succeed father as the head in the first place. We have nothing to lose and money to gain. Sure, we'll have to calculate our profit and loss, but it's something worth listening to. They knew that much of the Ushiromiya family asset had been eaten up by crows. The dregs that remained of the inheritance versus the compensation from being accepted as the head that Beatrice would pay. It was a shame, but honestly, the former was less enticing than the latter. Well, it probably wouldn't end up as 4 equal portions, since Aniki would be giving up his portion of successor. His portion would have to be larger. Makes me feel kinda jealous, you know? Dear, the amount of money isn't the problem, right? Your cowardly younger siblings are trying to sell the glory of the Ushiromiya family for money. Why aren't you displaying your dignity as the eldest son? Natsuki. Ha detto Shibaraku, vabbè, ha detto Shibaraku Damate, non ha detto stay quiet for a while, ha detto per favore state zitta per un po'. Stay quiet è anche fin troppo gentile. Damate, abbiamo detto anche l'altra volta, mi ricordo che aveva detto. Damate è proprio tipo taci. Dear? This is a dazzling proposal. We were each planning to get 250 million yens out of Aniki if the witch would treat us with even 10% of 10 tons. That's 2 billion. Yeah. That would mean she's treating us with 10 times our original goal. That alone would be more than enough for us. It's not like I have any attachment to the Ushiromiya family, to the Ushiromiya name. I'd be happy to sell it off. Even if full 10 tons might be a bit much to expect, I see it would be still an attractive prospect for us. We were trying to form an alliance among the siblings to trick this outsider called Beatrice out. But if this is her plan, we will tear apart the unity between us. Yes, by this point we can state it clearly. The goal of Beatrice's letter was to disturb our alliance. Scarring the score. If the 3 younger siblings who were never going to have any connection with the succession of the headship in the first place were paid enough money to satisfy them, they would happily accept Beatrice as the next head. So every obstacle to their headship would be removed except for Kraus. In that case, the negotiations would be one-on-one between her and Kraus. And he tried to look strong, but Kraus' financial and political situation was extremely weak. He did bluff in front of his siblings, but on the inside he was probably thinking that it might be alright to enter negotiation depending on the sum of money involved. In order to bury his losses, Kraus had taken advantage of the fact that Kinzo had shut himself in his room and had embezzled Kinzo's personal assets. Therefore, when Kinzo died and the inheritance was distributed, Kraus would be held to account for that. But if he gave up his seat as the head to Beatrice, she would also receive the right to the assets, and as a result, the distribution of the inheritance to the siblings would not occur. In other words, Kraus' embezzlement might not have to be made known. In other words, Kraus' embezzlement might not have to be made known to the other siblings. Of course, the siblings were frightened of Kinzo, but it was doubtful whether they still actually respected him as a father. By this time, they each had their own families, their own wealth, and their own lives. If they were paid enough money in exchange for Rokkenjima, the erect remains of Kinzo's dreams, there was a significant possibility that they would relinquish the Ushiromiya family name. In other words, Beatrice's victory was already guaranteed in this game. Not as the winner of Beatrice's game, but as the winner of Kinzo's game. Kinzo had put up the epitaph, and to this day no one had been able to solve it. So Beatrice had solved it. In other words, this is less of a game and more of like Beatrice's declaration of victory. However, Kiria still felt something was slightly out of place. It was a declaration of victory. If this was a declaration of victory, Beatrice would only have to display the gold openly and state that she would buy the family headship. And yet, even at this late stage, she was explicitly telling the siblings to try and solve the epitaph. Why has she set up this new game where she agreed to hand over all of the gold and then hand the right to succeed the head to the person who solved the epitaph? Kiria tried flipping over the chessboard several times. Immagino Kiria. Rigira. Okay. Searching for the best strategy that might have guided Beatrice to this line of thinking. In the end, she's reached a single conclusion. Arrogance, perhaps. Or maybe she's playing? What are you talking about? The witches sent us a letter of challenge, telling us to try and solve the epitaph. She might be taking us lightly, thinking we could never solve it. However, there should be at least an extremely small chance that we will solve it. After all, we here have four of father's children. We have here four of father's children by blood, right? Four people related by blood to the questionnaire who, if tried frantically to work together and avoid having those assets stolen from them, might come across the answer of the riddle by chance. The reason the witch had a superior position on the negotiations compared to the siblings was that only she knew the location of the hidden gold. But if that hiding place was exposed to someone other than her, the witch's superior position would crumble. In other words, Beatrice gains nothing but risk by writing this witched letter of challenge. Of course, it might have had the effect of splitting apart the siblings' alliance, but if that was her goal, why would she take the risk, however slight it might be? I think that's reckless. But if you keep in mind a certain type of emotion, it becomes possible to understand that risk. And you're saying that's arrogance? Yes, that's right. When people have an overwhelming advantage, they tend to get arrogant, and when they do, they sometimes deliberately take on a small risk to show off that advantage to the losers. A moderate amount of risk adds a little spice to the joy of victory. Nothing is as boring as a victory without risk. I understand that. I also like that sort of thing. I understand well. I tried thinking of a few other plausible explanations for the true motive behind Beatrice's letter, but I think that this really might be the truth. The emotion hidden behind the letter was arrogance. Arrogance. She's trying to throw her weight around, looking down on us, as if there's no way we could figure out such a difficult epitaph. It might even be possible, if surprising, that the epitaph wasn't written by father, but by her. Fine by me. Solve the riddle of the epitaph, she says. If only I solved it, I would be made the head, right? I'll solve it.
魔女の挑戦を
I'll
受けてみれば
accept the witch's challenge.
他の間抜けな兄弟
As if my
たちに
other
解けるもの
brain-dead
か
siblings could solve it.
私一人が解いて
I'll solve it by
私こ
myself.
そが
And then I'll prove that I am the only one who is fit to succeed the Ushiromiya family.
その挑戦
I'll take that challenge.
私が謎を解いてやる
I will solve the riddle. Allora. Oh, mi sa che non piango stasera. Piangerò la prossima volta. Fatto bene a cambiare il titolo.
なるほどな。
I see.
魔女じゃなく、
So,
ベアトリーチェという名の
not a
愛人が
witch, but
島
a
に存在
mistress
して
by
い
the
た
name
わ
of
けか。
Beatrice did exist on the island.
つまり、人
So
間は
there can
18
be
人以
more
上
than
いる。
18 people.
ということは、
Which means I can defeat that line of reasoning which says that if it was impossible for all 18 people, it must be a crime involving magic.
これは大きい情報だ
That's
ぜ。
some big information.
失礼いたします。
Excuse me, Butler-sama, would you care for some black tea and cookies? Beato's butler, who called himself Ronove, appeared out of nowhere in particular. Placed upon the silver tray that he held was a plate filled with delicious-looking steaming black tea and cookies. I really don't like that guy's smile. For some reason, it doesn't look like a smile used to warmly greet a guest. It feels like making fun of me for some reason. I don't know whether he really takes me for an idiot or whether it's just a joke or something, but it's really irritating me.
いらねえよ。
Don't want
俺
any.
は今取り込み中
I'm
なんだ。
busy
ほ
right
っと
now.
いてくれ。
Leave me alone.
おやおや。
Oh my, that's a shame. When the cookies have turned out so very delicious.
人間ごときにはもったいない
Cooked so wonderfully that it's a shame to waste them on a simple human.
素敵なクッキー
Truly wonderful cookies.
気が向いたら食ってやるぜ。
I'll eat some when I feel like
そ
it.
の辺に置いて。
Set it down somewhere over there and get out of here.
さようでございますか。
Will that be acceptable? Then I shall do so.
冷めてからお召し上がり
You may eat them when you get cold and stale, and then regret as much as you like when you may eat them when they get cold and stale, and then regret as much as you like that you did not eat them when they were freshly baked.
いちいちうるさいやつだ
You
な。
really are annoying.
ま
Well, you're a lot better than Beato. Keeps doing that creepy cackle right next to my ear.
いえいえ、まったく。
Oh, yes, that is quite
お
true.
嬢様の笑い
There are times when Milady laughter becomes quite undignified.
それを聞くたびに
Every time I hear it, I think of my noble rank and struggle to comprehend why I must have such a person as my
苦し
master.
むのでございますよ。
変なやつだな。
Man, you're
そん
weird.
なに嫌なら使
If
え
you
なきゃいい
don't
だろ。
like it, then couldn't you just not work for her?
それでもなおお使いする
To continue serving despite that is a furniture, it's furniture joy.
それでなくては
One could not serve as furniture without such an attitude.
それはさておき
Let us set that
ゲー
aside.
ムの方はいかがで
How
ございま
has
す
the game been proceeding? Just now, I believe, I heard you saying that you have found some good information, and you were quite pleased by
さ
it.
てさて
Well, now I wonder what your shallow wit has thought up. As Ronove made fun of me and giggled, he followed my earlier words to the letter and placed the black teas and cookies somewhere arbitrarily
多かっ
nearby.
た19
I imagine it is because you have gained increased confidence in the existence of the 19th
よろし
person.
ければ
Would you be gracious enough to allow me to hear your opinion?
ああ、いい
Yeah,
ぜ。
sure.
どうせベアトの前で改
I'm
めて
just
言う
going
し
to
な。
say it. I'm just going to say it again in front of Beato
隠す
anyway.
必要もないさ。
No reason to hide it.
いいか
Alright.
この島に隠し屋敷があ
It
って
looks like there's a hidden mansion somewhere on this island, and that grandfather had his mistress living there.
となりゃ
In that case, the question that's been torturing me about whether there are 18 or 19 people can be easily resolved.
バトラ様は
Although you deny witches, you hold a double standard by refusing to seek a culprit among the 18, and you have driven yourself into a dead end.
魔女を否定する最も
The
簡単
easiest
な
way to deny the witch would be to out one of the 18. It's not so easy for every one of the 18 to have an
常
alibi.
に一人くらいは
You always find at least one person with a fragile
俺
alibi.
はそいつを生贄にすることで
I could probably continue to deny the witch forever, and if I just use that person as a
し
sacrifice.
かし
However,
は断固
I
拒
will
否して
steadfastly refuse to do that.
ああダメ
Yeah,
だ
that's
ぜ
no good.
全然
That's
ダメ
no goddamn good at all.
18人はみんな
Every one of those 18 people is either a parent, a relative, or a cousin to me.
そして
And those reliable servants who are sometimes serious and sometimes funny.
俺はその人たち
I
の
won't
誰
let
を生贄にすることも許
myself
せない
any of them. I won't let myself use any of them as a sacrifice.
かつて俺は
In the past, my resolve
だ
wavered.
からその心
That's
の
how
弱さ
Beato hit me where my heart was weak.
自らの弱点を認め
Accepting and understanding your own weaknesses, that is not something which can often be accomplished.
バトラ様は
Butler-sama, you are using this theory about the 19th person as a
槍
spear,
という
or
より
should I
は
say
盾
a
でしょうか
shield?
ないずれにせよ
In any event, unlike how unprepared you were in the games up until now, let us call the fact that you have now a compass bearing on how. Beta. Let us call the fact that you now have a compass bearing on how to fight a dramatic leap
これで
forward.
バトラ様は
With this, you need not doubt any of the 18 you love and respect, and can easily suspect a 19th person and pursue your theory that the culprit is a human.
そういうことさ
That is
最
exactly
初のゲームの
like in the first game when Kanon-kun was killed in the boiler room,
他にも他にも
and a bunch of other
19
places.
人目が存在
There
して
are
いた
countless tricks I can use without hesitation if a 19 person existed. In the first game, Kanon-kun had been killed in the boiler room. One might think that he was attacked by Kumasawa-san, who had gone down into the boiler room with him, and maybe that someone who had appeared to be dead earlier was faking it, or maybe that someone and had ambushed Kanon-kun in the boiler room. Either way, it was a move that forced me to suspect one of the 18. However, by simply proposing that a 19 person exists, there's no longer any need to suspect one of the 18 for that murder in the boiler room.
つまり
In short,
18人の誰にも無理だ
impossible for any of the 18 equals the culprit is a witch.
という図式だけは
It's an equation that I can now deny. Using this argument, we can take, for example, the question which have been raised once again in this game: who gave Maria the letter? And come up with an easy explanation. Even if all 18 people have alibis, I can easily explain everything by saying that a 19 person visited her and gave her the letter.
ふむふむ
Humu.
とても良い一手だ
I
と思い
think
ま
that's
す
quite a good move.
私だったらどう
How should I strike? How would I strike back? Butler-sama, despite your understanding, there are still plenty of weak points. Perhaps the 18 people attack would be an effective move. As an attempt to judge how strong your defense is, it may be interesting from attack that angle again.
ならどうくる
Then how would you do it,
悪魔の執事
Demon Butler?
バトラ様が刺さ
I
れ
believe it
た
would be appropriate for
19
the
人目の
attack
駒を迎
to
え
attack
撃
this
つのが
19th person.
妥当でございま
Mamma
しょ
mia,
う
scusatemi. Boh, non ho sonno, non ho niente, anche perché ho fatto anche un sonnetto di bellezza prima e ho preso un caffè. Non ho sonno e mi si sta attorcigliando la lingua dopo 2 ore di lettura. I believe it would be appropriate to attack this 19 piece that you have played.
バトラ様は
Butler-sama, have you ever met this 19th person?
19人目が存在する
May I ask you for some proof that this 19th person exists?
甘えぜ
How
も
naive.
ちろん
Of course, I knew you'd probably try that move.
それはそれは
My,
手をお願いいた
please
します
respond to it.
魔女だの悪
Please respond! Witches and demons and the like, there's no more appropriate for you than this one.
それがこいつ
And that is
悪魔の証明
the
さ
devil's proof. Enemy sighted. What's going on? Please respond. When we humans are accused of something, we always counteract by saying to show some evidence, because that's a human move. But if I'm fighting with a witch, I'm taking part in a battle with someone who isn't human. And some moves exist which can be used in a game against a witch. There are cheap moves, and that's what this devil proof is. Therefore, evidence is unnecessary. Let's take the assumption that there's a hidden mansion on Rokkenjima separate from the Ushiromiya family mansion, and that a woman named Beatrice is living there. In order to prove this, one must find the mansion and actually bring Beatrice out of it. That's called actual proof in the human world. However, if we follow the rules of devil proof, you can disprove that she exists, even if there's no evidence that she does. Because it's impossible to prove that something doesn't exist. That's right, the devil proof, which tormented me so much before, I finally managed to use to my own advantage. Those guys were always trying to force me to accept the existence of the witch by using the devil's proof. That was because, in response to Beato's professions that witches do exist, I physically could not offer any proof that witches don't exist. That is why I have been subjected to this nonsense that witches exist, and why I have been unable to counterattack. And that's why I'll flip over the chessboard right now. If I can disprove that witches exist, then that means if I suggest that a 19th person human exists, you can disprove that either. In other words, the enigmatic mistress in question is craftily hiding herself, so it's perfectly natural that you can never find her no matter how hard you look. So you can say that the 19th person can't be found equals the 19th person doesn't exist. Therefore, it's impossible to disprove the 19th person. Beato used the devil proof to make denying her existence impossible, but this time it's become my weapon. If we can't get away with this argument, then never mind a 19th person. This island could be full of people that we don't know about, and even if there are 10 or 100 of them hiding, she can still disprove that they exist. In the last game and the game before that, among the murder scenes that showed up, there were several that were extremely intricate and must have taken a lot of effort to set up. It's very difficult to imagine that a single culprit could have set all of those up. However, if not just a 19th person, but 10 or 100 people were hidden somewhere, that wouldn't be any problem at all. If they all split up the work, they could handle any job in a short period of time. Va bene, ok, devil proof e tutte cose, però Butler, voglio ricordarti che Beatrice è rosso. Se per un motivo o per quell'altro Beatrice dice in rosso, Bututi, non esiste una 19ª persona. Tutta questa cosa va a fare in culo. Cioè, è il ragionamento 1+1. Cioè, Beatrice ha il potere di usare il rosso che dice la verità senza dover portare effettivamente delle prove a suo favore. Può distruggere la devil proof in questa maniera. Of course, se dicessi il rosso non si può giocare alla scacchiera, Kyrie fa... Ah! Avete presente il meme del bambino di cenere che viene incenerito? Il neonato di cenere. Fa così Kyrie. Of course, doubt will naturally arise at whether a large group of people could sneak around the mansion without being noticed, but those are all settled by the devil's proof. because not seeing or not noticing 100 people inside the mansion does not disprove that they were not there. Even though I'm saying it myself, it's such a stupid argument that it makes me want to throw up. However, it's because it's such a dirty as hell move that makes it perfect one to use against a witch. Well, we're only imagining here, but the thought of about 100 suspicious men wearing goat masks hiding in the shadows, that goes beyond funny. It makes me think of cockroaches. If you see one, it means there's 100 hiding in the shadows. Well, I do think this is a ridiculous argument that's horribly twisted. If my opponent was human, I'm sure they yell at me like I was out of my mind. But my opponent is a witch. And after all, this is the kind of competition we're having, isn't it? I'll use any kind of reckless argument to explain it using using humans and deny the witch. Anyway, with this move, I'll never again have to doubt any of the 18 who are close to me. I will never again repeat the defeat I suffered last time. I see. You have learned from your defeat last time. That's good. It is no surprise that by the term game you have become quite devious. Your first strengthen your own defense. No, your first strengthen... you first! Scusate, perché pensavo stessi facendo una cosa come il primo gioco ho fatto questo, il secondo ho fatto questo. Non dice the first come game. Adesso... You first strengthen your own defense. That is a truly solid first step. Quite a spectacular move, I think. Ho gli occhi un po' stanchi anche, lo devo dire adesso, lo ammetto. Tanto manca un quarto d'ora. Well, even if we do assume that there is a 19th person, there are still a few tricks left that I can't get past no matter how many humans I add, like the number of master keys. Still, it isn't bad as a first step for the time being. This is your trump card, the important piece known as the 19th person. You countered my move of asking for evidence by using the devil's proof. A good skirmish. Although I have no excuse for making moves by myself when Milady is absent, I find that I too have become slightly interested. I wonder if you would permit me to make yet another move on Milady's behalf. Go for it. I don't care if you're a witch or a demon. I'll take you all. I'll take you all on. You in a fight, right? You mean in a fight? Se Ronove sa la verità, se Ronove vi dice una cosa vera, lo può fare. Direi che è più alto delle Sisters, e le Sisters hanno usato il rosso in passato. L'ha usato anche Butler quando ha ripetuto una frase in rosso di Beatrice. The move that you made, the devil proof. It is a specialty of us demons, but there are also various other moves available to us. Do you know of a move called Hempel's Raven? Hempel's Raven? What are you talking about? Oh, ci mancavi, Beato. Just then, that laugh, which gets on my nerve every time I hear it, starting echoing around. The room was filled with dazzling golden butterflies, and in the center of that whirlwind, the golden witch appeared. Wife, it isn't Milady. Good morning. I thought you might be doing something interesting while I was away. Hempel's Raven, was it? What an amusing and nostalgic move. To think the day would come when it would be introduced to Butler. It's such a classic move to use against the devil's proof. Run away. I will make this move. Do not get in my way of my fun. So you've finally shown up, you guffawing witch. Mai sentito quella parola? I see you still have that undignified laugh. This guy was talking behind your back just now, telling me how your laughing lacks class, right? Oh, I am offended. Is that true? Oh, by no means. I have only words of the highest heartfelt respect for me, lady. Why would I speak such gossip? I can't believe you can say that so brazenly. Doesn't look like we're getting along. Doesn't look like we'll be getting along well together. Well, that's fine. Let us return to the conversation. Hempel's raven is used to show proof using the contrapositive. Essentially, it's a move like this. What must you do to prove that ravens are black? Huh? What are you talking about? Prove that ravens are black? Wouldn't you just have to catch the raven and check to see if they're black? That's right. You must simply prove that if it is a raven, it is black. And do you see that if you prove that if a bird is not black, it is not a raven, would you reach the same argument? If you go throughout the world and examine all birds that are not raven and prove that none of them are black, then as a result, you can claim that therefore birds that are black are ravens. This is called an argument by the contrapositive. Is that difficult for you? Yeah, no kidding. I have no idea what you're saying. Butler-sama, what about this example? Let's just say that you have two boxes and one of them is the winner with a cookie inside. Of course, the other one is the loser and it's empty. For example, let's just say that you have two boxes here, one of them being the winner with a cookie inside and the other one being the loser, which is empty. Now, it holds that if there is a cookie inside, it is the winner. And at the same time, if it holds that if it is not the winner, there is no cookie inside. When such a relationship exists, we can call the letter a contrapositive. When if A then B is true, at the same time, if not B, then not A. A sense is also true. Well, that's obvious. If the one you picked was the loser, then you would automatically know that the other one was the winner. In other words, if you choose the box at random, whether it's the winner or the loser, you'll be able to figure out which box has the cookie in it after you first move. That's correct. If the cookie is in the box you open, then the devil's proof is satisfied. You can prove directly that this box is the winner equals this box has the cookie in it. However, if the box that you open is empty, then the reverse, Hempel's raven, is satisfied. Because then if it holds that this box does not have a cookie in it equals this box is not the winner. And that means that as long as we accept the premise that there are no more than two boxes, the contrapositive shows that the other box is automatically the winner. Well, I'm starting to see your reasoning. Only poison can stop poison, and only twisted logic can stop twisted logic. Then what? How does that overturn my claim that no doubt there is a 19th person hidden on this island? And even if all of the 18 people have alibis, that does not amount to an acceptance of witches? Very well, I'll tell you my move. First of all, you are stating that if the culprit is not among the 18, the culprit is a 19th person. So if you use contrapositive, it ends up like this. If the culprit is not the 90th person, then the culprit is one of the 18. Yeah, senso. Oh no. Sto perdendo qualche frame. Ok, però pochi, ne sto perdendo pochi per il momento. Però la connessione è rossa. No piase. Vabbè. What does that mean? All I have done is turn your move on its head. It shouldn't be that difficult to understand. Io ho capito. Ronove, explain. It seems your cookie in a box analogy from before will be easier for Butler to understand. Then forgive my presumption. Allow me to explain using my earlier example once more. Allow me to repeat once more my earlier story about the two treasure chests, one of which has a cookie in it. In this situation, one of the boxes represents the 18 people and the other box represents the 19th person. So the cookie would represent the culprit. Butler-sama, you open the 18 box. Because the cookie is not there, you have proven that the opposite direction and therefore the cookie is in the 19th box. In that case, if we reverse things further, we could also say the following. Namely, if it was first shown that the 19 box was empty, it would prove in just the same way that the cookie is in the 18 box. Butler-sama, this move you played in order to avoid having to doubt any of the 18 has in fact been used against you to launch the 18-person attack. What did you say? If I go first and prove that the inside of the 19 box is empty, automatically you will be forced to accept that the cookie is in the 18 box. All you have done is say that the other way around, you see? So the move that I was so confident in was actually a double-edged sword. That's right. Your move to explain everything with the 19th person carries the risk that, if it is thwarted, you will be forced to accept that you can only explain things by using the 18. Un giro molto complicato per dire una cosa molto semplice in realtà. I see. Hempel's Raven. So this is a countering technique. What if I really think about it? Well, oh wait, if I really think about it, this countering technique is far more disadvantageous for me than for her. The problem is in thinking about it like a cookie. If I imagine that just one of the treasure chests is a losing chest with a bomb in it, I can begin to understand it quite well. And if I think of it as two treasure chests, but as 18, one for each person, plus one more for the 19th person, for a total of 19 boxes, it gets even easier to understand. First of all, one of the premises established by the human culprit theory was that the bomb would definitely be in one of those boxes. Because I hadn't wanted to place the box in any of the 18 boxes, I used the devil's proof and created the 19th box so that I could throw the bomb in there. That much was alright, but Beato had me struck like this. If then the 19th box was empty inside, that would automatically mean that the bomb was set in one of the other 18 boxes. If I could examine the context of each of the 18 boxes and show that the bomb was not in any of those boxes, I would be able to safely show that the 18 people were innocent. If that was possible, I would be feeling confident. However, in reality, that's as close as you can get to impossible. Ma quello del corvo è un paradosso, ritorna utile solo se si prova che non c'è la 19ª persona, se no proprio perché è un paradosso non prova completamente che posso usare la magia. Secondo me è un modo molto complicato per dire una cosa semplice, ripeto. Cioè, il discorso è, se non è stata la 19ª persona, deve essere per forza uno dei 18. Però vediamo come va avanti. The police wouldn't come here in this typhoon. There would be no scientific investigations, no autopsies, no nothing. In short, I can't show anything decisively. It's impossible for me to find any proof other than simply gulping down whatever alibis each of the 18 give. In that case, I have to confirm their innocence both personally and perfectly. Like staying with someone the whole time, never letting them out of my sight for a second. If I do that, I can probably be sure that a person's innocence, and that the bomb is not in that box. However, in reality, something like that it's impossible. In other words, I have to expend an incredible effort just to check the contents of one box. And there are 18 of them. In other words, unless I bind all 18 of them in chains and watch over them, it's impossible to prove that any of them have empty boxes. However, Beato has only have to open one box, the 19th box, and show that it is empty to prove that the bomb is in one of the other 18 boxes. Furthermore, there is no need for her to show which of the 18 boxes has the bomb. I have 18 times more work to do to explain my pet theory than Beato does for hers. Just as you know from the devil's proof, there are many cases in this world where refuting something would take a vast amount of effort that is impossible in practice. However, Hempel's Raven turns that problems around and makes it possible to prove things easily. By using Hempel's Raven, various reckless arguments become possible to prove. For example, let's just say that I make the propositions that all humans except me are foolish. Normally, in order to prove this, I would have to examine all humanity except myself to show that they are foolish. However, in reality, it would be impossible to investigate billions of people. It is exactly the same kind of effort you would need to open all 18 boxes. However, by using Hempel's Raven, the contrapositive of that proposition would change as it follows. Essentially, take all humans, take this. All humans except me are foolish, and to use your style of phrase, flip over the chessboard, and you merely need to prove that not foolish equals me. And what do you think that means? As soon as I know the fact that I am wise, I finish proving in an instant that every one of the billions of people in the human race is foolish. Sì, però è una fallacy questa. Lo stanno prendendo per il culo perché questo è palese. È palese il problema in questo ragionamento. Qua si deve seguire le basi che tu hai dato, e la base che tu hai dato è fallace di natura. Non è l'unico criterio per stabilire se miliardi di persone sono stupidi o meno, è dire che tu non sei stupido. Non è un criterio accettabile, ecco. Cioè, what's your source? Ecco. I'm the strongest and faster QED in the world. This is Hempel's Raven. What a ridiculous argument. It is a very, very convenient move. Not only demons, but gods also use it. When you propose blessed equals God's servant, the counterpositive is if a human is not a servant of God, then he must not be blessed. In other words, for servants of God to prove that they are granted fortune by their divine protections, they only have to prove that those who don't receive that divine protection suffer misfortune. Therefore, by bringing misfortune down upon those who don't believe in their own God, they prove their own blessedness. It takes an enormous cost to give humans happiness. However, the necessary cost to bring humans misfortune is much cheaper. So by using Hempel's ravens, God can actually give believers the joy of divine protection at a lower cost. You demon. It's a demon argument. That's messed up. It seems that we've gone off topic. Let us return to it. I have finished describing the move for my counterattack. The counterattack that you claim that the 19th person is a culprit, therefore the 18 are innocent, and the witch doesn't exist is, in that case I can prove that the culprit is not the 90th person. Do we all agree that the culprit must be either one of the 18 or a witch? I await your answer. For a while I just stood there, shocked, completely forgetting to close my mouth. Just when I thought that I got my own back on them by using their favorite moves against them, the counterattack that had been this reckless argument that I could not even begin to imagine. Mio Dio, fammi rileggere tutto. Just when I thought that I've got my own back, okay, on them, by using their favorite move against them, the counterattack to that had been this reckless argument that I could not even have begun to imagine. Ok, ora ho capito. What is really impossible? To continue denying the witch on this island with no more than 18 people, and yet still believe the innocence of all 18 people? Was that just a delusion? Was I just trying to escape reality? Not yet. Don't give up this struggle yet. Who cares about whoever's raven? They're just trying to speak in riddles by bringing up some weird bits of trivia. I have used the devil's proof. Don't feel doubt in something once you've used it. Believe in the spear you've lunged forward with. Apply even more force and gouge in it. The game is still in the opening. Do you already intend to spend this long thinking? Hey, wait a second. I want to be sure. Well, yes, I did use the phrasing of 19th person to make it easy to understand. But if I can use the devil's proof to raise the number of people above 18, then what I mean is an unspecified large amount of extra people. You don't know if it's 10 or 100. Always one more than you assume. Understand? She had returned my twisted logic with something even more twisted. And so, the only thing that could counter that would be even crazier twisted logic. I see. Even if I somehow prove the alibi of a 19th person, as soon as I do, you'll think of up a 20th person and claim that they are the culprit. Repeating this infinitely, you would make it so that I keep searching for the alibis for all eternity. I see. Just like a demon king summoning a plague of locusts. I would expect anything less from Kinzo's grandchild. It looks like you've been gifted with a talent in summoning. In short, it is impossible to continually prove an alibi for the X existing outside of the first 18. How you like that, Beato? Now that I know we are having a battle with twisted logic, I won't lose. How foolish. Who do you think I am? I am the endless witch, the infinite witch. For you to challenge me at infinity is absurd. Having control over infinity means that I also am able to kill infinity. When your 19th person falls, you will call the 20th. And when your 20th person falls, you will call the 21st. And when your 21st person falls, your 22nd person falls, you will call the 23rd. And the 34th. Scusa. You think you can trifle me with with me for all eternity? Aspetta, no, io voglio risentirla.
わらわが19人目を切ればそなたは20人目を呼び20人目を切れば21人目を呼び
21
21人目を切れば22人目を切れば
22
23人目を呼び
23
34人目を呼び6計4358兆2235億7967万3204人目を呼びわらわを永遠に翻弄で生きるとでも
Brava. I laugh at infinite
わら
regrets.
わに無限は
The
通じ
infinity
るわ
doesn't affect me.
ほうならばどうやって
Oh,
こ
well
の俺の
then.
無限を
How
殺す
will
ん
you
だよ
kill my
見てみろ
infinity?
よ
Just try and show me.
わらわには真実を赤で語る力が
I
あ
have
ろ
the
うが
power to speak the truth in red.
来やがったな
Here it comes.
わらわが赤で語ると
Gli ha
き
tirato un
一切の
ceffone.
幻想がない
When I speak in red, it contains absolutely no illusions. If I say in red that there are no more than 100 people on this island, you will no longer be permitted to create a 101st person.
ほらバトラー
Come on,
今
Butler.
度はどんな
What
真実を
proof shall I
赤で
tell in
語って
red
み
this
せよ
time?
どんな拠り所を叩き
Where shall I strike
そなたを絶
for
望
the
に
kill
突き
and
落と
force
して
you
やろ
into
う
hopelessness?
そうだ
Come, show me your
いつも
usual
の怯えた
frightened
顔を見
face.
せてみるがいい何
What? Cos'hai da ridere, Butler? Cosa hai
Sono-
pensato?
笑うか
I wonder what kind of creepy look I had on my face as I laughed right then. That red shore is scary. Even every time it jumps out, I'm driven into the depths of hopelessness. But I had already realized it. There was no need to be unnecessarily afraid of the red.
また抜きやがったな
You've brought out your secret
殿下
weapon
の
again.
それで
So?
今度はベアトリーチェ
What
様
and
は
how will the great
何を
Beatrice
どう
Sama
語って
speak in
ください
red this time?
ほうそれはどういう意味か
What do you mean by this?
急に余裕を見せ
Suddenly
よう
looking so
悪い
relaxed.
がその
Sorry,
真っ
but
赤な
I've been
男は
waiting for you to
俺
take
も
out
抜
the
いてくれるのを
blood red
待ってた
treasured
んだ
sword.
さて
Let's see. What will you
お前
proclaim
は
in
今度は
red this
何を
time?
赤で宣言してくれるんだ犯人は18人の中に
You
い
aren't
る
going to say
と
the
でも言ってく
culprit
れる
was
の
one
か
of the 18, are
言
you?
っとくが
Let me warn
そいつは
you
自爆だぜ。
that would be self-destruction,
その
remember?
時点で
That
お
would be
前は
the
魔
same
女
as
説を
throwing
自ら
away
捨てた
your
と同然
own witch theory
ま
yourself.
さに棟
A
梁だ
complete resignation. That's right, the red isn't always necessarily to Beato's advantage. On the contrary, if she used it the wrong way, it is dangerous enough that she could bring out her own death. If she used it carelessly and said something which ended up denying herself, that would be exactly the same thing as self-destruction.
確かに俺にとっても
Of course.
18人の中
It
に
would
犯人がい
be
ると
sad and
赤で
difficult
言
for
われ
me
るこ
to
とは
accept if you told me in red that one of the 18 was the
たとえ
culprit.
誰が犯
No
人で
matter
あ
who
っ
the
ても
culprit actually was, it would surely bring
俺は
me
きっと辛い気
some
持ち
tough
になる
emotions.
だが
But before
それは
that,
そ
it
れ
would
以前
mean your
人
defeat.
間が犯人だとお前が
Saying
赤
in
で
red
語
that the
ることは
culprit is a
お前の
human
投了宣言に
is
も等しい。
equivalent to proclaiming your
お
resignation.
前が
If you want to strike me with a bow so badly you're prepared to die at the same time, I think that's a pretty interesting move.
だが
However,
この勝負は
this
俺の
battle
勝ちで
will
終
end
わる
in my victory. Beatrice's red was truly her secret weapon, her treasured blade. The thing she spoke in red would become solidified as the truth, and no amount of evidence of counter-arguments could change them. They had cut me down to size many times now, rendering into any supports my heart had to lean on. However, if she used it carelessly, then I could find a little information about the truth. In the last game, especially during the chapel locked room trick, I had taken advantage of that and had once closed her in almost completely. But she was also pretty sly. She had learned from experience and since then had started using discretion in timing of the red. This feeling of tension was almost literally like a battle with real swords. This was a battle of high intelligence. No, not of intelligence. It was twisted logic. This was the world's craziest and worst battle of twisted logic. Io vorrei arrivare a un punto in cui possiamo salutarci, però. So that's your move. That's right. To use your Hempel's Raven first, you'll have to confirm in red how many humans there are other than the 18. And after that, if you proclaim in red that none of the people in that group are the culprit, that's right, that might be a fatal wound to me. I'm surprised that you can no longer have even an atom of fear for that red which you feared so much. You're quite sturdy. Unsheath it, your treasured blade. A single perfect swing, and you might be able to break me this time. Who knows? Interesting. I wouldn't have it any other way. Agitator, provoker. Drive her into a corner and make her speak in red. Of course, a red has always cut right through my only threads of hope, but don't be afraid of that. On this island, overcome with falsehoods and illusions, the only thing I can trust is the information that she speaks in red. It is my only way across the chasm of hell. Just a single tightrope. Her mercilessly blood-red blade is the only way I can survive. This isn't just walking on a tightrope, it's really like walking on the edge of a blade. Of course, I'm afraid. In terms of a contrapositive, my victory condition, the denial of the witch, means that the culprit was a human. But I didn't want to search for the culprit amid the 18. Therefore, I have to make a weak point, since I had to deny the witch and the 18 at the same time. Since I have been unable to understand that last time, that was where she had hit me, leaving me tattered and defeated. But that's alright. Let her hit me. Let her attack. No problem. Someone said it once in an old sword fighting movie. That a good fortress has one and only one intentionally weak point. The enemy would gather there, they would be lured there, and that would be where the actual battle took place. As long as I understood my weak points, and as long as she wanted to attack those weak points, it is as I've inducted her to attack there. Carefully judge the distance from your enemy and retreat step by step, making them draw their sword first. The more she recklessly flourished that red, the more chances I have to strike back. Don't be afraid of the red. Keep the pressure on, so that she is forced to refute with the red. No matter how oppressively she speaks in red, yes, that red itself is the same as fresh blood sprouting from her wounds. Come on, what's wrong? First of all, why don't you tell me in red how many people are on this island total? If you don't, your raven can't cut me up. How surprising that you can be this desperate and yet this difficult. One cannot make light of someone putting their life on the line, no matter what the era. It is no surprise you're Kinzo grandchild. The more cornered you are, the bolder you become. Ronove cleared his throat. You appear to be at a standstill. That black tea I worked so hard to make is getting cold, milady. Ronove, who was supposed to be her ally, roguishly rushed for her next move. Beato smiled back, probably intending to demonstrate that she was still relaxed, but she couldn't hide the sweat building up on her forehead. By now she had completely lost the relaxedness which had allowed her to turn her nose up to the worthless opponent. Of course, she probably wasn't really concerned by something like this. She was just being cautious. Until now I have been inexperienced, and I didn't have a good grasp on how to fight. I was underpowered as an opponent. However, now that we had reached the third game, she realized that I was starting to become skilled, and she had grown more cautious, thinking every move over carefully. Sure, that's just fine, Beatrice, and sorry to have kept you waiting. Are you happy now? Now things are starting to get interesting, right? Kept you waiting, huh? This isn't going anywhere. Then, should I just dive in and go with the usual? The usual, you say? Then, by all means. If I don't hear it, then I guess I just got... if I don't hear that, I guess I just won't get the sense that we've started. The first move was mine. Here I come, Beato. Repetition requested. There are only 18 people on this island. If I hear you say that it is in red, I will have no choice but to doubt one of the 18. Since I could no longer be the work of a 19th person, all doors will be closed to me. But I believe the culprit is definitely not one of the 18. There's no way that any of the 18 could commit such brutal murders. I'll say it again. Repetition requested. There are only 18 people on this island. I decline. I won't say why. I had avoided what would have been the worst red for me. If she had repeated that, I would have been faced with those two worst choices of accepting the witch or suspecting one of the 18. Like last time, all over again. But Beato had not proclaimed my ultimate and greatest weakness in red. She had declined to repeat it, even though there was no reason why she shouldn't have struck. Even though it was a weakness she should have been drooling at. She hadn't sliced me up with the red by using that move, which should have been as good as forking a rook on a king. On the king. This was a big sign of my advantage. That's right, the culprit isn't one of the 18. I won't doubt anyone. And since the culprit isn't a witch either, it means that the 19 person exists on this island. As to you... Oh, and that's you. A person who grandfather mister of 30 years, have been living secretly and in a hidden mansion in the forest for a long time. The human Beatrice. That's right. You aren't a witch or anything like that. You're just a human who's been living on this island in hiding for several decades. Did you just call me the endless witch who have lived for over 1,000 years, a mere human? For a while, Beatrice continued to laugh unpleasantly, gloating or maybe spiteful. Are you ready? I'll keep going. Again, repetition requested. There are at least 19 people on this island. Beatrice felt silent once again. The feeling that confirming the number of humans on this island might possibly stand to give her some large disadvantage was probably making her extremely cautious. The red has already become a foothold for my attack. With that in mind, the red have become a risk to the witch. But if... Oh, ciao Frank! But, grazie al ride. But if she couldn't repeat this, her Hempel's Raven wouldn't work. In order to break my devil's proof, first, the existence of a number of people outside of the 18 needed to be confirmed in red. That's right. She couldn't break the existence of a 19th person unless she used red. I have closed Beato in, giving her no choice but to speak in red. There really was a way to fight in this witch's game. Grazie, buona cena Frank. Grazie ancora del ride. It's alright to decline. If you can say it in red, then that means there will be a total of the total number of people on this island will be 18 plus X. That X is a pretty used piece to allow me to have on the first move, isn't it? After all, from then on, all of the tricks with the bases, it was impossible for any of the 18 would become explainable with a human outside of the 18 people. This is a huge piece that I can break open any lock room hinging on everyone having an alibi. And just like that. And just like a bishop in chess, which can cut a thin line through enemy forces as long as there's a slight gap, it only exerts an effect over squares of the same color, but it has a great ability to control the board. It looked like Beato also well understood her current plight. She couldn't just let such an important piece go, especially this close to the beginning of the game. If she pulled out her red treasure sword, it wouldn't be that difficult to save that piece, but Beato was completely aware that I was expecting it. She was afraid that a careless red truth might end up strangling her neck, because in the first place, a witch was something which should be denied in red. Believe, don't doubt. Witches don't exist. Something like that can't exist in this world. They can only exist in the cracks of reality. There are a fragile existence curled up in these cracks, frantically trying to protect themselves from a brutal wind of truth. And they can only barely exist like a mirage by surviving on falsehoods and fantasy. In other words, the red, which only witches can use, is the very reality by which they can risk denying themselves. The more they brandish their red words, the more they begin to lose, bit by bit, that crack in reality inside which they can endure. That is why they don't want, through the red, to carelessly lose that crack in reality, which is based on fuzzy information or, in other words, fantasy. Because they understand that they would be gradually cornering themselves. Of course, she would never admit it, but if she did, it would be the same as admitting that she is something that can't exist in this world, like any imaginary number. Don't be afraid, stay strong. She knows this deep down, and better than everyone. That a red treasure sword can't easily be used without considerable resolve. What's wrong? Say it again. Repetition. I'll say it again. Repetition requested. There are at least 19 people on this island. I decline. At the end of a long time spent deliberating, letting a single deep breath escape, she quietly proclaimed her refusal. I had thought she'd use it, but Beato refused to speak in red, even though it would cost her victory in the opening part of the game. You declined, yes? Which means that from now on, I can create as many fictional X characters outside of the 18 as I want? Do as you wish. I have declined your repetition. Isn't that enough for now? The reason I declined was... No, I will not reveal that for now. You will know soon in any case. Still acting tough, I see. Red that I deliberately don't use is in itself a fitting use of red. You call it my red treasure sword, a pleasant analogy. I will use it too. A treasure sword is at its best when it's cheated. In fact, there are times I can instill even more fear because it's cheated. That's right. As I fight, I have to keep in mind when you might turn everything over with those red words. It's some pretty serious pressure. And there are times when having a repetition decline makes things harder for me. Those times I can't tell whether you can't repeat because my guess was right, or whether you're just misleading me and letting me think whatever I want. In that sense, yes, I see. A cheated sword, a cheated treasure sword. What's the matter? Oh, what does it matter? If I'm going to push you off a cliff anyway, I might as well let you climb a little higher first. We have still barely begun. Much is left to come. I resign from this challenge. Go and get drunk on your faint victory for now. Only for now. Poi abbiamo letto mezz'ora in più di quanto volevo. Oh, non mi lamento, però dobbiamo chiudere adesso. That bitter comment did, in fact, appear to have marked the end of the game's opening battle, quello di cui abbiamo parlato prima. Even so, I couldn't relax my guard at all. I was unable to relax my feeling of tension until I was greeted by the sound of Voronove's applause.
お見事です。
Spectacular, Butler-sama. I suppose we could say that this game has started with at least the opening unfolding to your advantage. No idea. I still don't know whether this piece was something I tore from her with my own hands, or whether she guided me into taking it. After all, knowing you, you probably know that I am being led into a trap, and that clapping is just a barefaced lie, right? How could you think that? I am innocently celebrating your ability that has enabled you to take one shot at Milady, though granted, it is only the opening. After all, Milady is a person who is quick to become arrogant. I believe that a little stimulation such as that makes her for a good medicine every once in a while. This butler of yours sure has a vicious tongue. Isn't that so? Sometimes he enrages even me. My, how incredibly rude of me. Well then, milady, Butler-sama, would you care for some black tea? The game has still barely begun. Please leave any tea or pastries that might adorn this game to me. Please do not hesitate to advance further in the game. I will. Let's move forward. Now is when it really starts. Very well. Let us advance the clock. Ronove, black tea, please. Certainly. What about a cookie? No need. Give it to Beelzebub to keep her happy. Remain silent for now. While listening to the sound of a demon butler pouring tea, the witch closed her eyes slightly and fell into silence. For some time she was deeply lost in thought, but eventually a roguish glint came into her eyes. Very well. Why don't I inform you now why I declined to speak in red for the first move? What? Bring it on. Show me what you've got. It really is a big piece that you'd hate to miss. It may be hasty, but allow me to move. I won't use red, but from here on, Rosa will explain on my behalf. Listen. Of course, I agree as well. You too, right, Rosa? Rosa? Sorry. Me too. I agree. What's wrong, Rosa-san? You've been really quiet for a while now. Are you feeling sick? From the beginning, Rosa had never been one to willingly cut in on the siblings' fights. But even so, she seemed unmotivated, and had said almost nothing at all during the night's conference. The whole time she had been hanging her head and appeared to be thinking of something else. You've been in a daze for quite a while now. Do you think you can protect the inheritance like that? You are also the mother of your child, so get a strong hold of yourself. I'm sorry. I imagine you woke up quite early this morning. If you're feeling sick, you shouldn't overdo it. The beds have been prepared in the guest rooms. How about taking a rest? I will guide you. No, I'm fine. Thank you. What is it? Is there something you're worrying about? No,
別に
not really.
そう
Are you
さっき
sure?
からずっと
It feels like your
ここは
mind
こ
has
こに
been
あると
elsewhere
感じ
this
よ
whole time.
そしてそれは
Wonder if
今
that
私た
has
ちのしてい
anything
る
to
議
do
題
with
と
what we've been
何
talking
か関
about.
係があるんじゃないかしら
At those words, everyone stared at Rosa together. As if in response, Rosa's shoulders quivered. Apparently, Kiria's guess hadn't been wrong. Nor did Rosa deny it.
いえ
No,
あの
she swallowed whatever it was she had been about to say and went silent again. By now, even the other siblings were also beginning to realize that something about her demeanor was different from usual.
どうしたんだ
What is it?
さっきからおかしいぞ
You've been weird for a while.
何か思うこ
Do
と
you
があ
have
る
something on your mind?
わしら全員で
All of
団
us
結し
just
よう
want
って
to remain
誓い合った
united,
ばかりやない
haven't we?
か。一人で悩
Don't
む
be all
なんて
unfriendly
めんどくさい
now,
話やで
worrying by yourself.
話したってな
Let's talk it over.
ローザ
Rosa,
話しなさい
tell us. Pressed by the men one after the other, Rosa made up her mind and nervously began to open up. It was almost as though she was trying to confess to some modest prank which had inadvertently brought about a serious situation. Such was the atmosphere in the room.
いえ
No,
その
this mistress of
Beatrice っていう
grandfathers, this
本
Beatrice,
当にその
is she really still
生きてる
alive?
の
I was
かしらっ
wondering.
て思って
はあそりゃ生きてるに決ま
Obviously
ってる
she's
でしょ
alive.
して手紙
She's
送ってく
sending
るぐらい
letters
だ
to
もん
us. What more do you want?
元気かどうかは
Whether
別
she's
の問
healthy
題
or
だ
not is a different story, though.
肖像画の美女も
The lovely woman in the portrait must be getting up in there in age by now.
元気やと思うで
I'd say I think she's
金
healthy.
のことで悪い
People who are
働く
crafty
やつ
when
は
it comes to money are healthy no matter how old they are.
案外悪
Evil
巧みは最
plants
高の
might even
回
be
収
the
剤
best
かもしれない
rejuvenating
で
agent.
生きてるはずない
She
んだ
can't be alive.
今なんて
What did you just say?
ベアトリーチェは
Beatrice
死んでるの
is
よ
dead. I
私が殺した
I killed her.
なんだって
What did you say?
どういうこと
Do
よ
you mean, Rosa?
でも
But it's not like I was the one
私が殺した
who
わけじゃ
killed.
でも
But
私
I
があんな
was the
ところ
one
に
that
連れ出したから
brought her to a place like
や
that.
っぱり私が殺したのよ
I really did kill her.
あれは夢だと思
I
い込も
tried
う
to
と
make
したの
myself
よ
believe it was a dream. But
やっぱりあ
it
れは
really
夢じゃな
wasn't
かった
after
のよ
all.
だからこれは
Which means this is
ベアトリーチェの
is
森
a
からの
letter
手
from
紙なのよ
Beatrice's ghost. It was so sudden that everyone was lost for words. Rosa kept on talking, unable to stop, holding her head as her hair flew all about.
どうか落ち着いて
Please calm yourself,
Rosa-san.
Rosa-san.
わしには
I
何
have
や何やら
absolutely no clue what's going
も
on.
う死んどる
Already
どう
dead?
いう意味なん
What do you
や
mean?
二つの意味があ
I
る
think it means two
まず
things.
一つ目は
First, its
言葉
literal
通りの意
meaning.
味そしてもう一
And
つは
second is
私たちの想像が正しかったことを裏
it
付ける
substantiates that our earlier guess was correct.
ということ
Which
ロ
means,
ーザは
Rosa,
ベアトリーチェに
you
会った
have
ことがある
met
という
Beatrice.
そんな
I
話
never heard Rosa
ロ
speak
ーザの
about
口からは
that
一度も
once.
ローザいつよ
Rosa, when was
あな
that?
たは一体いつベアトリーチェに
When
会った
was
の
it?
よ
When could you possibly have met Beatrice?
昔よ
Long ago.
ずっと
Long,
昔よ
long, long
まだこ
ago.
の島に引っ
We
越してき
just
たばか
moved
りで
over to the
私は
island
幼
and
か
I
った
was young.
私は悪く
It
ない
wasn't my fault. It's not like I killed her.
落ち着け
Calm down. Nobody's blaming you for anything, alright? First, drink some water. Alright?
夏日さん
Natsui-san, the picture, please.
はい
Yes.
どうぞどうぞ
Here you go,
どうか
Rosa-san.
落ち着いて
Please calm yourself. Until Rosa was able to regain her calm amidst the ragged briefing, no one was able to speak a word. Ed è finito il capitolo, ok, va bene. Minchia. Ti prego, continua la storia perché... Rosa and the Witch of the Forest.
Beatrice.
Beatrice, I have been calling you for a while. Did you not hear me?
そうであったか。
Were you?
すまぬ。
My apologies.
ぼんやり考え事
I
を
was
して
lost in my thoughts.
許せ。
Forgive me.
良い天気だ
The
な。
weather is pleasant.
なるほど。
I see, I can understand how the weather has stolen your heart.
紅茶は
Will you
ここで
drink
飲む
some black tea here?
わらわは
Who
何者な
am
のか。
I?
今紅茶を
I
持
will
ってくる。
bring some black tea now.
しばし待て。
Wait here for a while.
紅茶は良い。
Forget about the black
わ
tea.
らわの話に
Talk
付
with
き合え
me.
うん。
Very
よ
well.
かろう。
Kinzo has used the excuse of going to bring some black tea to try and interrupt the conversation for the time being, but his attempts have been very transparent. I sat in the garden chair and beckoned Kinzo to do the same. Kinzo sat down heavily, exaggerating his age. For a while we sat, appreciating the silence.
わらわは何者なのか。
Who am I?
この問いに
To this day, no one has
今日まで
answered me
答え
this
てくれた
question.
者はおらぬ。なぜか皆目を
For
そら
some
し
reason, everyone averts their gaze and evades me.
そなたとは長い仲だ。
I have known you for a long
わ
time.
らわはそなた
I
を
think of you as my best friend, even
そして
as
父
a
ですらあ
father.
ると思っておる。だから
Then that is why I want so much for you to tell me.
そなたは知っているは
You
ず。
must know.
わらわが何
Who
者である
am
か。
I?
なぜにその
Why
よ
do
う
you
な
worry
ことが
about
気
something
にな
like
るの
that?
か。そなたは
You are
ベアトリーチ
Beatrice.
この屋敷
The
の
master of
主
this
ではないか
mansion, is that not so?
それ以上の
What
何を
more
知りた
could
い
you
と
want
い
to
うの
know?
か。
I do not know.
なんだ。
What is this?
何が知りたいのか。
Don't
自
you
分で
even
もわからんという
understand
の
yourself
か。
what it don't you even understand yourself what is it that you want to
そ
know?
れは
That
不
is
可解。
baffling.
若き日に
In
は
my younger days, I sometimes found myself wanting to play in the maze of thoughts that has no exit.
そなたの
Maybe that
悩
is
みも
why
そ
your
れであろう。
worries are. Kinzo laughed as though it was a trivial matter. However, I couldn't help but feel that this behavior was nothing but another attempt to force me to stop my further questioning.
やはり
So, not even you will
そ
tell
な
me
たは
that.
それを語ってはくれ
After
ぬのか。
all,
語ることなど
there is
何も
nothing to
ない。
tell.
そなた
You
は
are
ベアトリ
Beatrice.
ーチェだ。それで十
Isn't
分
that
では
more
ない
than
か。
enough?
いや違う。
No, that's not it.
わらわが知りたいのは
What
名
I
前では
wish to know is not my
わ
name.
らわが
It
何
is
者なのか。
who I am.
わらわは誰で
Who am I? What
何で
am I?
いつからここに
How long have I been here and how long will I
そしていつまで
continue
こ
my
こで
days
日々を
here?
過ごせ
やはり紅茶を
I
持っ
really
て
should
こい。
bring some black tea.
せっかくの陽
Do you
気
not
が
think it
もっ
was
た
a
いない
waste
と
of
思
all
わ
this
ぬ
fine
か。
weather? Do you not think it is a waste for blah, blah, blah.
これは何の話だ。
What is this all
どうやら
about? Somehow it looks like the story of your past, right?
そのようだ。
It appears so.
まさかここまで
To think that we would go this far back,
自分は誰なのか。
wondering who you
えらく
were.
高尚な悩
It
みをお
looks
持
like
ち
you
の
had
ようじゃ
some
ねえ
pretty
か。
high-minded worries.
無理もない
This is to be
当
expected.
時のわらわ
At the time, I was
自
unable to
分が
understand
何
who I
者なのか
was.
何のために生きてい
or why
る
I
のか
was
を
alive.
理解できなかった。
ま、
Well, in
誰でも
puberty,
自分の生きる意義
everyone is
とは何ぞや、
captured by those
みたいな
philosophical worries,
哲学的
wondering
な悩
what
みに一
meaning
度は囚
there
われ
is
る
to
もの
their
さ。
lives at least once.
お前にも
Doesn't
そん
this
な
just
微笑
mean
ましい
that
時
you
期があっ
had
た
this
だ
kind
け
of
とい
charming
う話だ
period
わ。
once in your life?
わらわは生まれた
I have been in that mansion
その屋
since
敷
the time I was born,
そして屋敷
and
の
I
中だ
live
け
only
で
inside the mansion.
もちろん庭に
Of
は
course,
出
I
られ
was only able to go into the
敷地はとて
garden,
も高い
but the
柵で
area around
囲
the
まれている
mansion was surrounded by a very
そ
tall
れを出る
fence,
ことは
which I was unable to leave
ま
through.
た出てはならない
I would be told
厳しく
several
言われる
times that I mustn't leave.
わらわはな
I could walk freely throughout the
屋
mansion
敷
and the
の庭は
garden,
その外で
but my
は
desire to take just one step outside those of my own accord was never granted.
そりゃ
What do you mean by
どういう
that?
意味だよ。物心ついた
Are
時
you
から
trying to say
ず
that
っと
for
カゴの
as
鳥だ
long
った
as you
って
can
言いたいのか
remember, you were always a bird in a cage?
そういうものだと
I thought that was just how things were. After all, I have been living like that for as far back as I could remember.
疑問にも思わなかっ
I didn't even think to question it.
お前
What in the world are
一
you?
体何者なんだ。
たそれよ
That's
それ
it.
こ
That is why I
そ
also
わらは
hope
ま
to
た
know.
望ん
どうせ
I'm sure you'll say something like, I wasn't human, I was a witch, right?
いや違う
No, that's not correct.
まだ違
Not yet correct.
ういや
Or should I say,
かつて
it was once
そうだったと
correct.
言うべきかわらわは金
I
像によっ
was
て作ら
constructed
れ
by Kinzo, a
人
human
間によっ
built
て作
by
ら
a
れた人間だ
human.
いや
No, maybe I should
肉
call
で
it a
できた
cage
王
made of flesh.
なんだよそりゃ。
What's that supposed to mean?
妙な話を言い
This
出
is
しやがって
starting to sound weird.
どうせそなたは信じ
You
るだろう
probably won't believe it
ま
anyway.
ずは聞き
Listen
わらわ
first.
は
I was a great witch who had lived for 1,000 years,
しかしある
but
時
at some times I was summoned by Kinzo,
その秘術
and by his hidden arts I was bound to as his prisoner for eternity.
そりゃ初耳だぞ。
Never heard that one
後ろ
before.
宮家で知られてる話では
From what we hear in the Ushiromiya family, you were summoned by
悪魔の契約みたい
grandfather,
なのを結んで
made something like a devil contract with him and gave him the gold. Yes, that is
それは
correct.
正しいそしてわ
Then
ら
I
わは
was supposed to
王
hide
の
myself until the contract was over.
しかし
But well,
まあモテる女の
it's
辛い
tough
ところ
being a popular woman.
金蔵は
By
ことも
some turn
あ
of
る
events, Kinzo fell in love with me.
じいさまも金眼が進んで
Grandfather
たんだろうよ。
nearsightedness must have gotten pretty
つ
bad.
いでに乱視だな。
With astigmatism too.
よりによって
To
お
fall
前
in
に
love
惚れ
with
る
you
とは
of all
よ。
things.
まあわらわにとっては
To me, it was
迷惑この上ない
supremely
話
annoying.
しかし人間の
However, the
力とは
power of
恐ろ
humans
しい
is
ものだな
is a frightening thing.
あれは恐ろし
We
い
exhibit
力を発
fearsome
揮し
power and rooted.
わらわを
He
この地へ
exhibited
釘付けに
fearsome
した
power and rooted me to this
わ
place.
らわが首を
He
縦に
said I
振らぬ
wouldn't be
限り
free until I
解
nodded
放
my
せ
head
ぬ
in
という
agreement.
なんとも強
Such
引
an
な男
overbearing man.
すげえじゃねえか。
Isn't that
じいさま
awesome?
がオカルトかぶるの
Everyone
は
knows grandfather
誰もが知る
obsessed with
と
the
ころだが
occult, but
大魔女ベア
who
トリー
knew
チ
he had the
ェ
power
様を釘
to
付け
root
にする
down
ほ
the
どの
great
力が
witch
あったとは
Beatrice
な。
sama?
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
そんなおかしな話。
You think I believe
信
such
じ
a
ると
weird,
思うか。
weird story?
やはり信じぬ
As I thought. You don't believe.
俺が信じるのは
All I believe is the fact that you
お前が
live in
森の
this
中の
hidden
秘密
mansion in the
に
middle of
隠
the
していたお
forest.
前こそが
You are the 90th
ロッケン
person
島の
of
19人
Rokkenjima,
目なんだ
right?
ろ。
いかにも
Indeed.
そなたの想
Just
像
as you
力
imagine,
こ
this
こ
is
は
deep in the
ロッケン島の
forest of
森
Rokkenjima.
外界からは
A
見つける
hidden
ことも
mansion
叶わ
not to
ぬ
be found
隠し
from the
や
outside world.
その名も
Its name
クワドリ
is Kuwadorian. Nine birds retrieval. Ok, Nine birds retrieval e Kuwadorian. Beh, bene, sono felice di aver utilizzato questo titolo per la live allora.
そういや、ゲスト
Come
ハ
to
ウスの
think of
正しい
it,
名は
I heard that the guest
Torian.
house real name was Torian Visitors
なる
Retreat.
ほど。
I see, the
ネーミ
naming
ングセン
sense
スは
is
近い
similar.
な。そして
So,
お前
you
は
were
そこに隠していた
grandfather's
じいさま
lover
の
who lived
愛知
here in secret. Insomma, grandfather's lover, prima quando Beatrice ha parlato ha detto I see you as my best friend or even a father. Sarebbe un po' problematica la cosa.
そうだな。
Isn't that right?
愛人というのは正しい
Appunto,
な
lover isn't the right way to say it.
金蔵の片思いで
You
あった
should
という
probably
べき
call
だ
it Kinzo unrequited love.
先ほども話したで
I
ある
spoke of it just recently,
あれ
correct?
が勝
He
手に
fell in
わら
love
わ
with
に
me of his own accord.
そしてわらわに求愛したがそれ
He,
をわらわは
he then
拒
courted
む
me, but I rejected him.
そしてわらわをこの隠し屋敷へ閉じ込めたのだ
Allora, quello che ha detto Beatrice adesso, Jover, è che lei è sempre stata una strega, era una strega millenaria, è stata evocata da Kinzo, lei ha dato l'oro a Kinzo e lei sarebbe dovuta nascondersi. Però lui è riuscito a rinchiuderla in quello che poi Beatrice ha chiamato una prigione di carne, un umano creato da un umano. E Kinzo è l'umano che ha creato un corpo umano in cui ha inserito lo spirito di Beatrice. Questo è quello che mi fa pensare come un modo per conciliare il fatto che lei era una strega potentissima, millenaria, e poi rimane, e poi ora in questo momento del flashback è un umano un'umana. E dopo ritorna ad essere una strega. Perché adesso è una strega, lei ha detto che un tempo era una strega, però in questo momento è un'umana. L'ha raccontata come a cage of flesh, una prigione di carne, un'umana creata da un umano. Bisogna vedere poi che cosa intende nello specifico, però più o meno questo è quello che voleva dire. Then I was shut up in his mansion, is in hidden mansion. No, I wouldn't say that I was shut up in the mansion. It would be more correct to say that I was shut up in this body. I have no idea just what you said at the end there. You will just make fun of it and not listen, right? After all, you say that you don't believe in witches or magic. If you have no ears to hear what I tell you, saying it would be the pinnacle of foolishness. I'll decide whether I believe it or not. After all, if I don't hear it, the story won't move on. Tell me the story of your past. Alright. I refused Kinzo when he courted me, but he was not a man to lose heart just because of that. He wanted to get my consent no matter what. He shut me up in this mansion and spent an eternity trying to win my heart. He really is overbearing. No one likes a man who can take a hint, right? Regardless of whether I responded he is courting or not. To make a man so desperate for me was, well, as a woman, it wasn't unpleasant. However, I never nodded my head. I tried what I could to escape his restrictions. Ciao Andrew. But the barrier was firm and I couldn't break it. And then, after trying to resist in various ways, I eventually reached the conclusion that to escape from Kinzo's barrier, I would have to throw away my body of flesh. The physical body is a vessel which carries many restrictions in terms of magic. Throw away your body of flesh? What's that? Something like an out-of-body experience? Well, if you want to think of it that way. However, I'm not a spirit. Even though I am a witch, in the beginning I was born with a human body of flesh. So for me, throwing away that physical body, while it didn't mean the same thing as death, did require a corresponding level of resolve. Ciao Andrew. So, in other words, you made up your mind that you couldn't just be released except by suicide. Is that what you mean? It wasn't suicide. It was nothing more than throwing away my body of flesh. Of course, becoming nothing more than a soul is a precarious situation. When the soul leaves the body of flesh, it is constantly exposed to the strong winds of the sun. It was not easy even for me to maintain myself and avoid being scattered by them. It was a final measure that I wanted to avoid if I could. However, there was no other way to break through Kinzo's barrier. After all, I am a free spirit. I couldn't stand being kept in a cage until Kinzo's life was over. I couldn't understand this story Beato kept going on about, but throwing away her body of flesh as anything more than suicide. Grandfather persistently courted her, and to escape from that, she chose her own death. So, you're saying you committed suicide? What are you saying? Isn't that you sitting carefree there in the garden chair? That's right. That is the new cage I was given by Kinzo. Cage? You mean this mansion? No. I meant my body, relaxing in the garden chair over there. After I became a soul and tried to escape, even that Kinzo had no intention of allowing me to escape. Yes, Indeed, he is a very frightening
普
person.
通は
Normally, seeing the woman of your one-sided desire take her own life should be enough to bring anyone to their senses, even if their love was 100 years
だ
old.
からこそあ
I
れ
suppose it makes him somewhat of a mage after all.
さっぱりわからねえ魔女
Don't
ト
try
ー
to
クで
speak
煙
in
マーク
riddles with that incomprehensible witch girl talk. In short, what are you trying to say?
金蔵は
That Kinzo didn't let me escape even after I became a soul.
人間の思いという
Humans'
やつは
emotions are
恐ろしい
terrifying.
これほどまでの魔
That he
力を
would
発
be
揮
able
す
to
る
exhibit this much
死
power,
者の魂をつなぎ
tying
止め
down a
るなら
spirit of the dead.
それを専門に
It
求
is
道
not
す
a
る
level
魔術師
readily attained, even for a mage seeking that as his specialty.
わらわはそれを知る
Because I
から
knew that Kinzo's fearful magic power shocked me then for the first time.
そして
Then Kinzo seized my soul
わ
and
らわ
brought
の
me
魂
back.
を捕まえだが
However,
魂を捉えておく
a cage to
檻は
hold a seed's soul cannot be made from iron nor from lead.
ただ一つを
There is but one exception.
なんだよ魔法の檻だとでも言い
You're
出す
trying to say it was a magical cage or something, are you?
違う
Wrong.
わらわやそな
That
たの
body of flesh over there, just like yours or
体だ
mine.
肉と血
Only
で
a
できた
cage
檻
made
だ
of
け
flesh and blood can tie a
魂をこの世
spirit
につ
down
な
to
ぎ
this
止め
world.
金蔵はわらわの
Kinzo
魂
shut my soul up once more into a cage flesh built to be exactly like me.
要約するとこ
So
ういう
in,
ことか
in summary, it is something like
じい様が
this.
しつこく求愛するので
Grandfather persistently
嫌になり自殺
courted
した
you.
が
You started to hate it, then you committed
う
suicide.
まく死にきれなかったっ
But
て
you
ことだろ
weren't clever enough to finish the
ま
job.
ありくどい言い
Damn,
方し
you
やが
really
って
took a roundabout way to say something like that?
いいや違う
No, that's wrong.
わらわはホムンク
My
ルスの
soul
種
was
子
shut
に
up in the
魂を閉
seed
じ
of
込められ
in the seed of a homunculus,
試験管の
and I
中よ
was
り生まれ入
born
れた
out
の
of a
だ
test tube.
はあバカバカしい
Ridiculous.
そんなのあるわけねえだろ
That's goddamn impossible, and you know it.
生命を生み出す奇跡
Kinzo
すらも
accomplished even the miracle of creating life.
わらわの
And
魂を
only
閉
to
じ
shut
込め
my
る
soul
檻
up
に
in
す
that
るため
cage.
だけにな己の恋
That
心
he
で
would
これほどの
show
魔力を
such magical power simply because of his own love.
つくづく恐
A
ろしい
thoroughly terrifying person.
ああもうさすがにバカバ
Okay,
カし
it's
くなっ
really
てきた
gotten
ぜ
to the point of ridiculous now.
好きなだけ言ってろってんだ
Ridiculousness now. Say whatever
俺
you
は
want,
何
I
も信
won't
じねえ
believe a
ぜ
word of
勝
it.
手にやってやが
Just
る
do what
って
you
んだ
like, for hell's sake.
なんだ
What's this unpleasant
不愉快な
attitude?
態度は
最初は
In the
何か重
beginning,
大
I
なヒント
showed
が
a
隠
little
されている
interest,
だろうと
thinking there
多
might
少
be
の興
some
味を
huge
示した
hidden
が
hint.
聞けば聞くほどおか
But
し
the
な
more I
話にな
hear,
って
the
いく
weirder the story starts to
魔
get.
女を否定するゲームの
It's
はずなの
supposed to
に
be a game about denying witches, but I get the feeling that I'm suddenly being made just to swallow a witch
悪
story.
いがこれ以上耳を貸す気はね
Sorry,
え
but I
な
don't feel like listening to this
勝
anymore.
手に好きなだけ
Just
ほ
keep
ざいて
rambling on to yourself as much as you
耳
want.
クソでもほじってるか
I'll
ら
just
よ
be here digging out some earwax or something. When I started showing a cold attitude, Beato acted unusually discouraged. Of course, her expression was still brazen, but I had the feeling that I was able to catch a glimpse of loneliness because I hadn't found the story of her past interesting. In that really easy to understand expression of hers, for some reason the slight reaction made her seem pitiful. For even though I kept my couldn't care less attitude, I decided to humor her slightly. Damn it, even though she's an irritating witch, I'm still weak against her because of her chromosomes are XX.
ま
Well,
信じる気は毛頭ねえけ
I
ど
have absolutely no desire to believe you, but
続けろよ
keep
お
going
茶菓子代わり
and
に聞いて
listen
や
to
る
your
ぜ
story in place of cookies.
わらわの身の上話が
So you treat the story of my past like cookies.
そこまでこき
You
下ろ
think
さ
that
れて
if
ま
you
で
abuse me like
どこの
that,
語ると
I
思う
will
か
just casually tell you? After I made fun of her, Beato reacted a little sensitively. It looked like, even though making fun of people was her specialty, she was horrible at being made fun of by other people. Just then, my cup of black tea suddenly made a sound, surprising me. Milady's soul was seized and breathed into a cage of new life. In other words, Milady received life as a human once more. Before I had realized it, the demon butler appeared and taken my cup and was adding more black tea to it. Ronove. That is enough of that story. He says that it is too ridiculous to listen to. I now also feel ridiculous and have no intention of speaking. Some new cookies are currently being baked. As I thought that, until then, the story of Milady's past would be a perfect substitute. I already said that I have enough of talking about me. You are both unpleasant people. I'm leaving. Ronove, leave as soon as you are done serving. No idle talking with Butler. Certainly. I will make an effort. Povera. Beato's confusing female short temper took hold of her, and she turned her body into golden butterflies, scattered and disappeared. After that, only Ronove and the scent of black tea were left. I feel kind of bad for making her angry. It appears that you are aware of it, so there's nothing more to be said. Wait a second. Weren't you the one who pushed her over the edge? My, whatever could you mean? Would you care for some sugar and milk? Just milk would be fine. And I also want some cookies. You are aware that baking the cookies will take some more time? There's a substitute, you said? Certainly. If you would listen quietly, I will continue the story. She said something about a homunculus. I know a bit about that. Is that thing right? A manufactured human created with alchemy or something. Yes. Milady's soul was shut up in a homunculus, and she was revived into this world, receiving life again as a baby. However, because she was a baby, even if Kinzo tried to profess his love to her, it would be useless. You aren't saying grandfather shut that baby up in this hidden mansion until he grew to reach the same age? Yes, that is what I'm saying. However, while her soul was the same, a human spirit receives a stronger influence from its vessel. Milady lost all of her memories of the past and grew up a very normal human girl. And you're saying that the Beato sitting in the golden chair? Yes, that is correct. She grew to be completely identical. However, she did not possess her power as a witch. I must stress that Milady was a human. Beato, who was sitting in the garden chair, looked up at the sky and asked the same question again. She asked who she was. The meaning of those words was finally starting to click. Oh, salve Crono! Oh, grazie mille. Ma che fastidio che non viene fuori il giusto alert. Grazie mille della sub. Bacioni. Mua. Mi sono preso un caffè, non posso dormire adesso. Vabbè. Allora. The meaning of those words was finally starting to click. She couldn't understand why she was living here, all locked up. Grandfather had seized Beatrice's soul, shut it up in a body of flesh, and then shut it up in a hidden mansion. However, since she had lived here mamma mia. However, perché non riesco a dire since? However, since she had lived here since the time she was born, she couldn't even understand who she was. Only why she lived shut up in here, in there. Wait. Who would take such a stupid story seriously? Why don't I change my interpretation? Essentially, couldn't it be something like this? Grandfather met Beatrice. He then fell in love with her and courted her, but she didn't nod her head in agreement. And so he got angry and shut her up inside inside this hidden mansion. Beatrice tried to escape, but no matter what she did, she couldn't succeed. So she finally chose her own death. And then maybe there was a girl that looked just like Beatrice. No, a baby. As grandfather raised this child with care, and grandfather raised this child with care, but maybe grandfather didn't view this child as his daughter. Shut my soul up once more into a cage of flesh. Those words probably meant that she didn't view this kid as a child, but as reincarnation. Maybe that's what he meant. If you interpret it that way, even a story that weird might make a little sense. No. This might be some bullshit Beato cooked up to confuse me. As if I could accept any of this. In the first place, Kuwadorian, was it? There's no proof whatsoever that a hidden mansion actually existed. Couldn't this be something she just fabricated on the spot? A hidden mansion called Kuwadorian does exist in the forest of Rokkenjima. This is the place we are talking about. Comunque, se dobbiamo prendere per corretta, cosa che spesso non è, ma facciamo un po' il giochino, facciamo l'avvocato del diavolo. Se prendiamo per corretta l'interpretazione logica non magica di Beatrice, stiamo parlando di una cosa terribile, quella che ha fatto Kinzo. Molto peggio che altre cose che sono successe fino ad ora nella storia. Cioè, se prendiamo per davvero, se prendiamo alla lettera quello che ha detto Kinzo adesso, vuol dire che lui ha incontrato questa donna che in qualche modo gli ha donato 10 tonnellate d'oro. Questa è la parte ancora abbastanza incredible, un po' difficile da credere, ecco, incredibile, ma nel senso non incredibile, nel senso difficile da credere. Comunque, lui si è poi innamorato di lei, l'ha rinchiusa in una magione, una villa che ha costruito nella foresta di Rokkenjima, facendola, impossibilitandola dallo scappare, cercando ogni giorno di farsi ricambiare il suo amore ossessivo. Probabilmente si è forzato su di lei, perché lei ha detto che non ha mai accettato, non ha mai ricambiato il suo amore. Quindi in qualche maniera lui si è imposto su di lei, hanno avuto una figlia. Beatrice poi ha tolto, come si dice in italiano, ha deciso di non voler più vivere, ok? E lui ha fatto crescere in segreto la bambina nella stessa villa fino a che si è tolta la vita, grazie. Fino a che non è cresciuta ad un'età simile e ci sta provando con lei adesso. Lo sbocco. Cioè, ti sta riprovando di nuovo, come è stato detto da Butler un secondo fa. Non la vede come una figlia, ma come una reincarnazione. Dio buono. Posso dire Dio buono. Red? Ronove used the red to say that Kuwadorian actually existed. Did that mean the same thing as Reato? Mamma mia. Did that mean the same thing as the red Beato used? Even if I'm not much of one, I am a demon all the same. Please keep this secret for me, lady. Yes? Yeah. Beato, who knew I would try to rip her up, had grown extremely cautious when using red. To think that Ronove could also use the red. That red. Of course, it's the red of a crafty man. I don't know how far I can accept it. But anyway, I might be able to get some hint out of it.
このクワドリアンの庭でく
So,
つろい
the
でるベア
Beato
ト
relaxing in the garden of
さっきのじいさんの会
Kuwadorian.
話は
And that conversation she just had with grandfather were the truth?
はい
Yes,
真実です
it is the
か
truth.
つて
In the
実
past,
際にこの場所
the pair actually had a
お二人はこの
conversation
ような
like
会話
that
を
in
な
this
されま
place.
した
助かるぜ
Thanks a lot.
さらに赤で頼む
I'll ask the same. I'll ask for some more red. She said that she was born from a homunculus.
そんな非科学的な魔法的存
That's
在
kind.
実在するのか
But does that? Mamma mia. But does that kind of unscientific? Scusatemi. She said that she was born from a homunculus, but does that kind of unscientific magical thing actually exist? Mamma mia, che difficile dire unscientific.
その問いかけにはお答えできません
I am unable to answer that
理
question.
由は
The reason is
ステー
that
ル
it
メイト
would
になる
cause
か
a
らでございま
stalemate.
す
ステイルメイト
Stalemate?
なんだそれ
What does that mean?
チェスの用語
It's
で
it's a chess term referring to the state in which, similar to a perpetual check, any further progress in the game becomes impossible.
これは
This is the opposite of an endless repetition of moves, and refers to a situation in which all moves disappear, resulting in a kind of
パー
deadlock.
ペチュアルに同じで
In chess, this would lead to a draw, but if there were a perpetual check, just as if there were a perpetual check, however, there is no draw in the game between you and
で
Milady.
すので
Therefore, I am unable to answer in red any question that would bring about a stalemate.
よくわからねえことを
You're
言って煙
speaking
に巻いて
riddles
る
by
が
saying something I really don't understand.
つまり
But when it comes down to it, you're just trying to trick me because you can say in red that something magical like a homunculus exists, right?
仮に私が赤で魔女は実在すると言ったら
If I were to say in red that witches exist, what would you do, Battle-sama?
それを信じるか
That's
信
why
じな
we've
いか
been
で
having this big fight
俺
over
たちは
whether
大
or
喧
not
嘩してるんじゃね
to
えかよ
believe, right?
それを言われち
If
ま
you
ったら
told me that
身も蓋も
outright,
ないぜ
there'd be nothing more to discuss.
Game over だ
It'd be game over.
魔女は存在する
If I say witches exist in red, you would have no room for argument. However, since the reasons would never have been made clear to you, Battle-sama, you probably wouldn't accept
し
it.
かし
However, after being told that in red, you would have no room for argument and would not be, and you would not have been shown any proof.
この場合
In this situation, Battle-sama, even though you wouldn't be able to admit defeat, you would have no way to make a counter-argument, and it would become a deadlock.
チェックメイトされていない
Even though checkmate would not have been reached, no more moves would exist.
バトラ様が次の一手を打てない
Since you would not be able to make your next move, it would never become Milady's turn, and the game would stop for all of eternity.
その結果
As a result, Milady would be unable to force you to submit. That would be a deadlock
それを
situation.
回避するため
In order to avoid that, I am unable to answer questions of this form in red.
早い話が
So, to cut the chase, you mean that questions that leave no room for discussions are prohibited?
まあそりゃそう
Well,
だよな
that makes sense, I guess.
赤で魔女は実
If
在
I
す
were
るって
told
言われちま
witches
ったら
exist in red, I have to give up from the start.
ご理解いただけて助か
I
り
am
ます
pleased that you understand. I believe we might be able to work together if you ask a question of a different form.
奴がはぐらかした復
Can
讐
you
要求に
respond
答えら
to
れ
the
る
repetition requested ah,
この島の人数
Can you respond to the repetition request she dodged about the number of people on this island?
お嬢様が保留されてい
If
る
Milady
副
held
将
back
要求
on her request, then of course I cannot respond. As Milady's furniture, I am unable to act too forward. Ronove made an exaggerated gesture, trying to act like a loyal retainer. This guy is so shameless.
一瞬でも使えるや
Just
つ
when I
と
thought you might be useful.
諦めて他
I
の
give
質問
up
を
on
探
that
す
and
か
search for a different question. That's
大
right.
事なことを確認する
Forgetting
のを
to
忘
check
れてた
something
これ
important.
はベアとの思い
This
出
is a story
話
about Beato's memories,
いつの
right?
話なんだ
When did it
ま
happen?
さか現在ってことは
Couldn't be
ない
happening right now, right?
はいこ
Correct.
こは1967
This
年
is the
の
world
世
of
界
1967.
19年前の世界
It is the world of 19 years ago. Abbiamo una data concreta. Let's go through this story one more time. I wonder if it couldn't be something like this. Grandfather had a person whom which he fell in unrequited love, called Beatrice, and he confined her into this hidden mansion and continually courted her. And she was stubborn and didn't say yes. Eventually, she grew pessimistic about being unable to escape from here and probably committed suicide. And then her soul was put into a homunculus, and no, if I can accept that, it's the same as accepting the witch. I can interpret that part like this. She probably left a daughter behind when she died. That talk about the soul being put in a new body probably meant that grandfather raised a child believing it to be the reincarnation of Beatrice. In that case, Beato must have existed on this island for at least the last 19 years as the 90th person, and then... I'm starting to get confused. In any event, none of this leaves the realm of guesswork. The only thing that I can definitely say in red is that in 1977, in a hidden mansion of Rokkenjima, Beatrice existed as a human. That's all. That is correct. In 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rokkenjima, Beatrice-sama existed as a human. Oh, thank you. That really helps. Congratulations. With this you have made clear the existence of the piece known as the 90th person. The 90th human on side of the 18 who you can blame just as you longed for. A sacrificial sheep that you can shift the blame on of any crime onto. And you must be so glad that it is milady. Renove laughed indiscreetly. Somehow I didn't like his phrasing, so I didn't feel like laughing along with him. That's right, Auntie Rosa said it. Beatrice is dead. I killed her. What does that mean? As for that, it may be faster to see the actual circumstances rather than listening to me tell you. Let us advance the clock a little more. Renova pulled a stylish pocket watch from his pocket and made to win the crown. As soon as he did, I saw golden butterflies gather behind Renova's back and take the form of a person. Was it Beato? I quickly realized that it was someone else. It was her, the oldest of the 7 stakes, who loved tormenting me more than anyone else. If I don't think myself lucky to see that sexy ass, I wouldn't be able to play along with their torture game. Ronove-sama, so you were still here. This is an urgent call from Beatrice-sama. My, what kind of urgent business could it be? It appears as though I have spent slightly too long chatting with you, Batara-sama. Well then, Batara-sama, if you would excuse me, please continue to enjoy your game with milady. Yeah. I'll enjoy it as best as I can. Because the conversations are more lively with you than with Beato. And you use the red more graciously. Come talk again, anytime. Batara-sama. Despite how I look, I am milady's furniture. I cannot do something that milady does not wish. What I said in red was something that normally should have come from milady's mouth. I did nothing more than announce the red truth in milady's place while she sobbed. So she really was sulking then. Seeing me and Renova incomprehensibly hitting it off, the 7 stakes chick cocked her head slightly. We are keeping Beatrice-sama waiting. Let us hurry. Yes, I will come immediately.
それではバトラー
Well then, Butler-sama, I shall see you later.
ようやく仲良く
It
なってき
appears
ま
that
した
we have finally started getting along. As I thought, I have the feeling that we can become good friends.
ベアとの陰口
If
仲
by
間っ
that
て
we
ことなら
mean
な
partners, they're gossiping behind Beato's back.
はいはい
Yes, yes.
それでは
Then, if you would
失礼い
excuse
たし
me.
ます
Maybe it was because she really didn't like seeing me act friendly with me, or maybe it was because she really had been told to hurry. The seven stakes babe bellowed sharply at Ronove, and he laughed foolishly and disappeared, as if running away. Però la storia, cazzo. How could I, the eldest sister of the seven stakes of purgatory, pick hold on to this level of work? Beatrice-sama could easily have told one of the younger sisters, who look like they have so much free time for something like these. Sheesh.
何をカリカリしてんだよ
Why so
姉ちゃん
grumpy, girl?
腹減ってんなら
If you're hungry, eat a cookie or
最
something.
後の一枚をくれて
Why
やる
don't
ぜ
I give you the last one?
気が利くじゃない
How
なら
thoughtful. Then,
一ついただ
shall
こ
I
うかし
take
ら
one? I lightly pushed the snack plate with the last remaining cookie on it over to her. Thank you. Che è successo adesso? As though coming as a replacement for the period at the end of a sentence, a sharp sound pierced the table. The nails of three of her fingers had sharply extended and were stuck a hair's breadth into the grass between my fingers on the end, as I had used to push the plate. It happened in an instant, so for a while I didn't even realize that her fingernails had grown. The tip of those sharp nails were like blades with a red manicure. The spaces between the bases of my fingers prickled. Those razor-like blades were sticking sharply into the back of my hand and into the spaces between my fingers. By those three blades, my carelessly outstretched hand was not even permitted to shake, as all I could do now was allow a single line of cold sweat to drip down.
姉ちゃんそろそろ
Isn't it about time you cut your nails, babe?
ルシファーよそ
Lucifer.
れが誇り
That
高き
is my
私なら
noble name.
ベアトリーチェ様にお
Honored
仕えする名
furniture
誉
serving
を
Beatrice-sama and the eldest sister of the seven stakes of purgatory.
他の面汚し
I'm
な
not
不満
like my
とはわけが違う
disgraceful and cretinous younger sisters. If you don't show me the proper respect, you will regret it.
どう後悔するんだか
How would I regret it? I don't have a clue.
バカな子ね
Stupid kid.
そんなに遊ん
Do
で
you
ほし
really
い
want me to play with you that
そ
much?
んなに忘れられ
You
ない
really can't get enough? No, you really can't get me out of your
私の
mind.
悔いを
I'll trust
思い
my
っきり
stake
奥の
deep
奥ま
into
で
you
ねじ
and
込んで
make you really
たっぷ
enjoy
りえ
being
ぐって楽
gouged.
しませてあげ
Got
る
it?
クソったれ
You
いつ
bitch.
か押し倒して
One day I'll push you
同じセリフ
down
言
and
ってやる
say
ぜ
that back to you.
あらそう
Oh,
楽しみ
really?
にしてる
I'll be looking forward to that then. Decisamente, decisamente. Rosa eventually regained her calm. The man wanted to hurry her into talking faster, but Kyrie intervened. If something like this had just been mentioned she had just mentioned really had happened, it was an abominable past that she wouldn't want to remember. After taking several deep breaths, with her hand over her chest, it seemed that she had more or less gathered the resolve to talk. How old was I then, I wonder? Probably middle school or... I don't remember well. Anyway, I think I was about that
ってこ
old.
とは
Which means
大体
about
20年くらい前
20 years ago.
あの頃の私は
Back then, my grades weren't very good, and my mother was always angry at
私な
me.
りに努力
I
し
was
てい
trying
た
to
つ
do
もり
my
だった
best in my own
お母
way,
様の
but
期待には全
I
然応え
couldn't
られなく
respond
て
to mother's expectation after all.
母
Not
上
at
はロ
all.
ーザにも随分厳しく
Mother was always very strict with
当時は
Rosa.
同情
I
していたよ
sympathized with her at the time.
陰口ばっか
You
だった
say
く
that
せに
even though you were
よく
always
言うわ
talking
ね
behind her back.
予算かエヴァ
Would you give it a rest, Eva?
それで
So,
ローザさんはどこで
where did you
ベ
meet
アトリーチェに会ったんや
Beatrice, Rosa-san?
秀吉さん
Hideyoshi-san, you mustn't rush her now.
いいのよローザ
It's
さん
alright, Rosa-san. Tell us at your leisure.
ありがとう
Thank you.
あれは
It was a day when I had been scolded particularly harshly by mother. Comunque ha detto circa 20 anni fa. Even though my tutor had promised to keep it a secret, apparently they told mother all about how I complained. Mother scolded me horribly, saying that I was a disgrace to the Ushiromiya family. Of course, I was doing the best I could, but I had none of Kraus Nissan's dignity. I couldn't get excellent grades like Eva Nissan, and I had no leadership like Rudolf Nissan. I never stood out, didn't particularly excel at anything. I almost wanted to ask myself why I had even been born into the Ushiromiya family. I didn't know why I had been born. On that day, I had the experience of my mind going blank for the first time. For the first time since I was born, I realized that in addition to facing or surrendering to my problems, I had a third choice, of running away. Even though I said run away, there was no way I could have left Rokkenjima and gone somewhere else. But anyway, I wanted to run away from the mansion and the way I was at the time. In a way, it was like running away from home, or maybe a half-hearted suicide.
いなくなりたかったの
I wanted to disappear.
あるいは
Or maybe it was that childlike form of resistance where I tried to make my parents worry by disappearing.
森の遥か
I
奥
thought
にいた
childishly that if I went into the center of the forest, I could escape from the Ushiromiya
あるいは
house. Or
迷子に
maybe
なって心配させることで
I could get back at them
仕返しができると
by getting lost and
子
making them
供にそれ
worry.
で
And
行っ
then
てはいけない
you
と
went
言わ
into
れ
the
て
forest that you've been told not to go into. Yes.
浜辺へ出てから
After reaching the beach, I followed alongside the
特に
ocean.
理由があったわけじゃ
I
ないけれ
didn't
ど
have any particular reason.
島をぐるりと
But
回
I
れば
felt that
その反対
if I
側に
went
は
around to
誰
the
も知らない
opposite
場所が
side of the island, there might be a place that no one knew
私だけの
about,
隠れ
which
家になるような
might
気が
become
し
a
た
hidden house just for me.
浜辺からぐるっと
Starting by the beach, be impossible to go all the way
途中で
around.
崖になっちまうだろ
It becomes a cliff pathway, right? There's no way you could get past
も
that.
ちろんよ
Of
だか
course.
ら通れる
So
方
I
へ
kept
通れ
going
る方
wherever
へ
I could, and I kept going deeper and deeper
道
in.
なんかないひどい
It
森
was
だ
a
ったけど
horrible forest without
あ
any
の時の
paths,
私には
but that was
それが心
comforting
地よ
to
か
me
った
back then.
それほどの険しい森を抜けた
If
の
I
は
could make it
その分
through such a dangerous
後ろにある
forest,
から
then it
逃れら
would
れ
be
る
much greater of an escape from the Ushiromiya
そんな気持
family,
ちだったの
which made me feel good.
情けないわ
How
ね
shameful.
成績で叱られた
If you
な
were
ら
scolded
その
because of
分
your
努力すれ
grades,
ばいいの
all
に
you had to do was work
そ
harder.
れを言ってはいいかも
You mustn't say
その
that.
代わり
Doesn't Rosa have a talent as a designer instead? Literally, this could have been taken as him covering for Rosa, but everyone knew that Rosa's company was not making any profits.
よせよ
Quit
今は
it.
嫌味を言ってる
Now
場
is
合
not
じゃ
the
ねえ
time
ぜ
for
そ
sarcasm.
して
And then you arrived
偶然
there
たど
by
り着いちまったんだ
coincidence,
ベアトリーチェの
Beatrice's hidden
Taxi
mansion. Rosa nodded weakly.
どのくらい歩い
How
た
far did you walk?
地図で
Could you
場所
show
が示せ
us
るんか
on a map?
夏井さん
Natsui-san, is there a map of this island?
いえ
No,
今ここ
not
にはあり
here
ま
and
せん
now.
無理よ
That would be impossible.
適当に歩いただけ
I
だもん
was just walking randomly.
地図を見せられたって
Even if you
わからない。
showed me a map, I wouldn't know.
それに
And 20
あれ
years
から
have
20年
passed
経って
since
多分
then.
森へ
I
行ったの
probably couldn't reach it again
二度とたどり着けない。
even if I went into the forest. Several people let out dejected sighs. It was vividly clear that in their haste they had thought that some hint related to the witch epitaph, or maybe even the gold itself, might be resting there in the hidden mansion.
六軒島はこの屋敷の周りが
The only part of Rokkenjima that got made ready for development in the area around the scusatemi. The only part of Rokkenjima that got made ready for development is the area around the mansion. The rest is completely uncultivated, and it would probably take considerable effort to survey the entire island.
確かに存在すると分か
But
っただ
just
けでも
knowing
収
that
穫
it
よ
could actually exist is helpful. Yeah. But just knowing that it could actually exist is
お
helpful.
金はかかるだろうけど
It would take some money, but if we enlisted an aerial photography company to investigate, or asked the contractors to construct a dimension about what happened at the
調べ
time,
る方法はあ
we
るかも
could
しれない
probably
ね
find some way to search for it.
そうねある
Yes,
かないかも
there
わか
should
ら
be
ないも
more
のを
ways
探す
to
より
do
は
it now
まだ方法がある
that
は
there
ず
isn't a
よ
question about whether it exists or not.
早速調べる価値があるだろう。
Scusatemi un secondo. It's probably worth investigating right away.
その調査は兄弟合同で
We
やる
will
わ
do
よ
that investigation together as siblings.
兄さん一人で
We
はさ
won't
せない
let you
わ
do it alone, Nissan. It wasn't certain that the gold was hidden in that secret mansion, but it seems that the fireworks between Kraus and Eva had already
兄
begun.
貴たち
Give it a rest, you two.
Rosa.
Rosa, please continue. Yes. Blindly, randomly, I kept running on and on. Suddenly, felt like I had come across something like an animal trail. I had no idea how far I'd walk. I was very, very tired. But so by then I was just naturally taking the easiest path to walk on. As I did, suddenly, right before my eyes, a very, very tall fence appeared. It was a fence wonderfully adorned in a Gothic style. For an instant, I spun around, thinking that I might have returned to the original mansion. Of course, there were no fences around the mansion to stop us from entering the forest, but this fence was decorated differently, and most of all, it was very tall. It probably reached a full 2 stories up. It was covered with ivy and created a mysterious, solemn atmosphere. At the time, I believed the legend of the witch of the forest, Beatrice. I have been told that she was frightening, but some of the servants told me that she would sometimes help if you respected her. Since I started to lose confidence in how my life was going, I believed that the only way I could be saved was by receiving her help. So that's what made me think it. I believed that it was the fence of the mansion of Beatrice, the witch of the forest. I thought that if I could meet with Beatrice, she would definitely save me. So I thought I would try to go in. But the fence was very, very tall and it didn't look like I could get over it. So I decided to walk around it. I thought that if I did, I would eventually reach a gate, but it wasn't that easy. The fence had the length to match its height, and no matter how far I went, I didn't reach a corner. It might have been enclosing a very massive area, or maybe it was just it just felt that way because my child legs made it difficult to walk in the forest. Anyway, because I couldn't find a gate for a while, I started to feel sad, as though the witch had rejected me. As I did, I eventually came upon a large tree whose twisted root had bent to the fence. It might get my clothes dirty, but if I crawl, it looked like I would be able to sneak in.
そこが
And that was the hidden mansion?
あれが
Don't know whether it was the hidden mansion you've been talking about. Still, at the very least, it wasn't a place that we were made known of. It wasn't as though I came out into a garden as soon as I passed the fence. I had to continue through a lot more uncultivated forest after that. And then the forest suddenly opened up, and what appeared there was unbelievable. It was an unbelievably fantastical scene. To think that Rokkenjima, where I believe no one other than us lived, had been hiding such a wonderful mansion. A beautiful flower garden spanned the front of the mansion. It was a flower garden of a completely different design from the rose garden we know so well, and was very lovely. Of course, the mansion was also wonderful. It was 1 or 2 sizes smaller than ours, but it was very elegant and yet lovely mansion. Then I saw her. I saw her sitting in a garden chair, positioned to give a view of the flower garden, wearing an elegant dress. It was that black dress embroidered in gold that we would later know from that portrait. I hadn't seen an elegant dress like that except in fairy tales and on a stage of musicals. That a person would be wearing it as their normal clothes, that in itself seemed quite fantastical. That magical sheen was enough to make me lose my sense of reality. If someone had told me that it was a dream, I would have nodded obediently and waited to wake up in my bed. Since in my shock I had forgotten to hide myself, she eventually noticed me. At first, her expression was quite listless, but when she noticed me, her eyes opened very wide. It was only natural, a guest that she didn't know had already suddenly appeared. I automatically bowed my head, feeling that I should greet her and apologize for entering without her permission. Who are you? A new gardener? Those were the first words she said to me. That calmed me down a bit, because I realized that she could be talked with. Because I have been turned into a frog just by meeting her eyes, like the terrifying witch of a fairy tale. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have entered the garden without permission. Who are you? Name yourself. I am Ushiromiya Rosa. Ushiromiya. Oh, so you're one of Kinzo's family. Yes, I'm Kinzo's daughter. Good afternoon. I was just a little surprised. After all, father was a great man, feared by everyone, and she had referred to him without using honorifics, so she quickly became frightening. After all, if she could refer to my fearsome father that way, she must have been a witch with incredible power. After staring at me curiously, she beckoned me to come over to her, and I obeyed, although filled with belated trepidation. After all, I thought I really might be turned into a frog, and the closer and closer I got, the stronger that fear became. After all, I said it several times already, but that woman in her dress and the flower gardens of the mansion, that entire harmony was so fantastical and beautiful that it seemed separate from reality. It surely wouldn't have surprised me, or even if she was a witch. And I was truly lucky. She didn't turn me into a frog. As I awkwardly stood there stock still. As I awkwardly stood there stock still, she motioned to an open chair and urged me to sit down. Sit. Welcoming and speaking to those who visit this garden for the first time is my only pleasure. That said, I have nothing else to find pleasure in. As she said that, she showed an unhappy smile for just an instant. Because I was full of a strange mix of tension and excitement, I rudely asked her a question suddenly. Are you the witch of the forest, Beatrice? Indeed, I am Beatrice. As I thought, Beatrice actually existed. Did she look just like the portrait?
ええ、ま
Yes,
さに
exactly
の
like the
肖像画の
portrait.
通りよ。
お父さんの想像
So
の
she
中の
wasn't
まだかっ
just
たんや
a witch from father's imagination.
それで
And
あ
then,
なたは
what did you
彼女と
talk
何を
with her
話したの？
about?
彼女は
As she
お茶を
prepared
入れ
some
な
tea,
がら
she asked me
私のこ
various
とをいろい
things
ろと
about
聞いた。ま
myself.
ず森を抜
First,
け
she was
てやってきた
surprised that I
こ
had
とを
come
驚
through
か
the
れた彼女
forest.
は
It
柵の
seems she
外には
believed
危
that
険な
many
狼が
dangerous
たくさ
wolves
んいると信じ
lived
ていたみたいだ。
outside the fence.
だから
So when I told her I reached this place by going to the forest, she was very
とても
very
どうやって
surprised.
狼から
She asked
逃
me
れた
how
の
I
か。
had managed to escape from the
ビスケ
wolves.
ットを渡して許して
Did
もら
I
った
give
の
them
か。
biscuits? They let me
それ
go?
とも
Or did I
魔
cover
法の
myself in a
街灯を
magic
かぶって
cloak?
な
Or
んて感じのことを
those
言っ
kind
て
of
たっけ。
things, I think.
そりゃ確か
That
に魔女っ
sure,
ぽい
sure
わな
sounds like a
面
witch.
白いお人
What an
や
interesting
あなた
person.
黙って。
Wait,
ずい
honey,
ぶん昔だけ
it
ど
was a long time
お
ago.
父様は
But didn't father
森
threaten
には
us, saying
狼が
that
住んでい
wolves
るから
lived in
近
the
寄っては
forest,
な
so
らないっ
we
て。
shouldn't get close to
私
there?
ああ、そんなこと
Yes,
も
there
あ
was
っ
a
た
time like that.
だからしいね。
Ridiculous.
日本の狼
Even
が
though
どこの
Japanese
昔に
wolves
絶
were
滅しているという
were extinct long
ま
ago.
さに子供
What
魂だ。
what a childish trick.
記憶にねえな
I don't remember
そ
though.
んな話。
Did Dad really
親父
tell
に
us
聞かされ
something
たっ
like
け
that?
森には魔女だろ
It was the witch of the forest, right?
狼なんて話
I don't think I've
聞いた
heard
ことない
about wolves.
あんたがまだ小
You
学
were
校だ
still
った
in
頃
elementary
よ覚
school.
えてない
Don't you
そした
remember?
らあんた
You actually went and replied that you want to try petting the wolves. So father immediately gave up the wolf story and changed it about being the witch. Such obvious lies. Carino però Rudolph che voleva andare a pettare i lupi.
当時のルドルフに
At the
は
time, the witch story had much more immediate effect on you, Rudolph, than the
よ
wolves.
く覚えて
I
いる。
remember it well.
私の背中に
Don't
し
you
がみついた
remember
よう
those
な
nights when you clung to my back?
ルドルフさん
I
にも
see,
そ
even
んな可愛
Rudolph's
ら
son
しい
used
時
to
代があ
have
ったの
that cute period.
うるせえな
Ah, put a lid
子
on
供
it.
の頃の
I
話
was
だ
just
ぜ
a kid.
まあとにかく
Well,
ベ
anyways.
アトリーチェを閉じ込めていたの
If
がお
father
父
was
さ
the
んな
one
ら
who shut Beatrice up in there, it made sense that he would use the same wolf
彼に
story.
とってロッケン
To
島の
him, the
広大
best
な森は
forest of Rockenjima was
後
a
ろ宮
wall that
家と愛人
shouldn't
の
be
屋敷と
crossed,
いう相入れない二つの世
dividing
界を
his
分
two
断する
incompatible
越え
worlds,
てはならない
the
壁だった
Ushiromi
のだ
family and his mistress mansion.
柵の高さを考え
If you
る
think
と
about the
どうや
height
ら
of the
親父
fence,
ど
it does seem that
岩ごと
the
丸
father
々を
had
座
turned
敷
the
を
whole
した
area, garden and all, into a giant jail
さ
cell,
ながら
just like
二
a
つの世
national
界を分け
border
る国境
dividing
も
his
同然だった
its two separate worlds.
狼はともかく
Forget the wolves.
野犬の類でもいたのではあ
Were
りま
there
せん
any
か
kinds of stray dogs there at the
そのた
time?
めの策だった
It
か
could
も
have
しれ
been a
ません
fence to protect against those.
ロッケン島に
There are
狼も
no
野犬
wolves
もい
of
ない
or
わ
stray dogs on
その策
Rockenjima.
は
Just as
兄さんや
Nisan
キリエさんの言う
and
ように
Kiryu-san are
ベア
saying,
トリーチェ
the
と
fence
私
was
たちの
probably a
間の
border
国
between
境だっ
us
たん
and
でしょう
Beatrice.
ね
しかし
However,
狼
if
の
she
話を素直
innocently
に信じ
believed
る
the
なん
story
て
about the wolves,
な
that's
んちゅうか
pretty
純朴や
naive.
なわしの想
That's
像して
nothing
い
like
た魔女とは
the
随分
way I
違う
imagined a
感じ
witch.
そうね。
That's
それ
right.
は私も感じ
I
た。
also sensed
と
that.
ても尊大で。
She was very
確
pompous,
かに
just like
魔
my
女のイメー
image
ジ
of a
通りってど
witch.
こか
But she
と
was
ても子供っ
somehow
ぽくて
very childish
なん
and,
ていうのか
how should I
素
say
直
it,
すぎるというか
too honest.
世間知らずな
She
印象
gave
を
me
受
the
けた。
impression that she didn't know anything about the world.
例えるなら
If I had to describe it, almost as though as she had come from a fairy tale
本当に
land.
不思議な
She
人だっ
was
た
a
わ。
truly mysterious
それ
person.
からどうしたんだ
What happened after
親
that?
父の話とかは
Did you end up talking about that at all?
何
Yes.
日かに一度
Once every few days, sometimes on a arranged day, or sometimes
突然ふら
suddenly,
りとお父様
father
が訪れて
appeared,
は
appeared
一緒
casually,
にお茶を飲ん
and
だ
they
り
would drink
散歩
tea
したりしたんです
together, or
って
take a walk together, or something she said, she said.
私が訪れたその日は
And that, by
たまたま
coincidence,
彼女一
she
人だ
was
ったと聞い
just
た
by herself on the day I visited.
なるほど
I
ま
see.
さに愛人
Truly a
といったと
mistress
こ
then.
やれ
My.
いくつ年下
I
か
don't
知
know
ら
how
んが
much younger she was, but
親父殿もや
not
る
bad, father. Che schifo, Kraus.
いかがわしい意味での交
I
流はなかっ
remain
た
firmly
確
convinced
信
that
して
it
いま
was
す
was not an indecent
バ
relationship.
カね
Gosh, you're an
男
idiot.
と女の
There's no
多
way
さ
a
にだけが
love lovers meeting between a man and a woman wouldn't have some sensuality.
それでどうしたの？
What happened
それ
next?
から何の話を？
What did you talk about after that?
私の自己紹介をし
Because
た
I
ので
introduced myself
逆に
and
彼
then
女
I
のこ
asked
とを
her
質問
about
したわ
herself.
そうしたら
When I did, the atmosphere
急に
quickly
雰囲気が
grew
落ち込んでしまった
depressing.
のなんていうのか
How should I say it?
と
She
ても
seemed
気だ
like
るそうな寂しそう
she
な
seemed very listless and lonely.
私が
It was the same
初めて彼女の顔を
expression
見た時に浮かべていた
as the one I had first seen on her
同じ表情。
face.
まあ秘密の愛人だか
Well,
ら
that's because she was his hidden
好き
mistress.
勝手に歩かれ
If
て
she just walked around whenever she liked, she might have been discovered by
と
mother.
軟禁に
I'm
近い
sure
状
the
態だった
situation was almost like house arrest.
綺麗なドレスに
Even though she had beautiful clothes, a beautiful mansion, and a garden,
さぞや
she must
窮
have
屈な
felt
思いを
very
してたんだろうぜ
constrained.
そりゃ苦労
No
だったら
surprise she felt it hard. And then
彼女は
there was
きっと何か
definitely
悩みも
something on her
そ
mind.
れを
I remember
私に
getting the
話した
impression
ところ
that
で
it was something
何
that
の
I
解
could
決にもならない
resolve just by talking to
私
her.
も
I, fe-
と
I'm,
ても
and
悲しか
feel,
ったのを覚えてる
I remember getting the impression that it wasn't something that I could resolve just by talking to her, and feeling very sad about it as well.
私と一緒にいることさえ
She seemed to have
忘れてしまったか
forgotten
のよう
that
だ
I was even
遠
there.
くをぼんやり見
She
なが
was
ら
gazing vaguely off into the distance
ずっとずっと
and was silent for a
無
long,
言で
long
いたわ
time.
私はきっと
I thought that I
失
must
言
have
して
said
しまったに違
something
いない
wrong,
の言葉す
but
らも
it did
口に
seem
して
to
いい
be
よう
the
な
type
雰囲
of,
気じゃなくて
type of atmosphere where I could offer words of
だから
apologies.
私も
So,
彼女が
aspetta,
私
it
と一
didn't,
緒に
mamma
いる
mia.
ことを思い
But
出
it
してくれる
didn't
ま
seem
で
to be the type of atmosphere where I could offer words of apology. So I too remained silent for a long, long time until she remembered that I was there. When she did, she muttered unexpectedly.
柵の向こうには
Are there
本当に
really
狼など
no
おらぬのか？
wolves beyond the fence?
はい
Yes.
狼なんて
I've never seen
動物園で
wolves,
も見た
even
こと
in
ない
a
です
zoo.
動物園
What
とは何
is a
か
zoo?
あ
Oh, it's a place where they keep all kinds of animals.
象とか
They're
キリン
full
と
of rare animals like elephants and giraffes
珍しい
and
動物がいっぱいい
pandas.
ますよ動物園に
Are there no wolves
狼はい
in
ない
a
の
zoo?
ならその
Then I imagine that
怖く
might
ないか
not
も
be
しれない
scary.
狼が
Even
い
if
たとして
they're
も
werewolves,
動物
all
は
the
みんな
animals
檻
are
に入っ
put
て
in
ますから安
cages,
全です
cages so it's
だ
safe.
から安
So
心
you
して
can
見
feel
学できるん
safe
で
as
す
you
よ
look at and learn about them. The witch of the forest, of all people, was for some reason scared and didn't like wolves. I remember it looked pretty comical.
それはわらわと
How
どう
does
違う
that differ from myself? She didn't even know about zoos. I explained how fun zoos could be, but it was very difficult to get a person like her who had never been to one to understand. Quite the opposite, as I explained it to her, her expression grew increasingly dismal. She couldn't see the difference. It seems that although this mansion surrounded by a high fence appeared at a glance to afford her a completely provided for life of comfort, she couldn't see how she was different from the animals shut up in cages.
わらわは何者なのか
Who am I?
皆はわらわのことを
Everyone calls
ベ
me
アトリーチ
Beatrice,
ェと呼ぶそれは確かに
and that does certainly seem
そ
to
な
be
た
the
の
name
言う
of a
ように
great
偉
witch,
大な
as
魔
you
女の名
say,
前らしいしかし
but
それ
that is
はわら
not
わで
me.
はないのだわらわには
I cannot
魔法など
use
何
any
も
magic.
使えぬわらわは
I simply have the soul of the witch sealed inside my
子供に
body.
封じられているだけなのだ
There was definitely something mysterious about her. It wasn't just that she somehow was at odds with the world, but it seemed that she truly believed that a thing called magic actually exists. I think she talked about various weird things, and I don't remember the details. All I thought was, this might be a pitiful person. She was unable to leave this mansion of her own will, a prisoner without even realizing it. And she didn't know anything about the outside world, didn't even understand who she was. She probably vaguely understood herself that she was pitiful. And since she didn't know anything, it seemed that she couldn't realize that this was unhappiness. Ne-san long ago When I told you that I felt sorry for a bird in a cage, I remember you said this to me. A bird that only knows the inside of a cage doesn't long for the outside. But she wasn't a bird. She was ultimately a human. And even if she had never been outside of the cage, she understood that it wasn't the whole world. So I invited her. Do you want to try going outside the fence? There really aren't any wolves. There aren't. You'll definitely be safe. I want to leave, but the gate is always closed. There's a place I came in through. There's a crack you can slip through. If we go there, is there a world outside? Yes. There really aren't any wolves. No, none at all. I had only planned to invite her for a short walk, but she kept looking over her shoulder at the mansion, as though she were seriously deliberating over something. Then I learned what she was preparing herself for. I had enough of this place. I want to go outside, and I want to know who I am, what's happening in this world, and the purpose for which I was born. I didn't know what her life had been like until then. I was probably something that she couldn't express. It was probably something that she couldn't express easily. If it was harsh, she just had to say that she wanted to escape. If it was sweet, she just had to say that she would stay. To liken it to something, perhaps it was similar to how a hot fireplace on a winter day makes the air getting thicker and thicker, giving you a headache. Even though you know that you shouldn't keep things the way they are, you still need the courage to open the window and be tormented by the cold wind. She was starting to realize that she couldn't stay there forever. She was starting to realize that she had to go outside sometime. But since she didn't know about the outside world, to take the first step outside must have required an unimaginable amount of courage. And she had taken that into consideration and resolved herself. She had put the resolution to go outside into words for what was surely the first time in her entire life. I hesitated slightly. It had been decided that she would live here by father. It was as she was father's beloved bird in a cage. If I just let her escape, wouldn't I be harshly scolded by father? I want to see. See what? I want to see a zoo. I was just a little surprised when she finally showed me a very soft smile. That might have been an inner peace coming from her newfound readiness to venture out from her cage. A soft smile which I wouldn't have imagined could have come out of that dark face. When I speak to you, I keep hearing about things I don't know. I don't know about this thing called school. Not about zoos. I don't know about movie theaters. I don't know about amusement parks. And I think from the bottom of my heart that I want to know about them. Will you take me there? Yes. I was nervous about I would do it and kept it a secret from father, but her face looked so happy, so I went along with her and nodded. But it seemed that she il fatto mi dà fastidio perché io piango perché so, voi non sapete, non è giusto, devo trattenermi. But it seemed that the meaning behind my vague expression was not communicated to her. It seemed that she believed that I would really take her to all of those places if we left. She was pure and genuine. She had probably never been tricked by anyone. No, maybe it should be said that she didn't have been taught how to doubt. Her face was somehow radiant and yet pathetic. I wanted to somehow grant her modest wish. I had enough of Beatrice.
わらわが
I
何
want
者
to
な
know
のか
who I am.
ベアトリーチェで
I
は
want
ない
to start out as a new
新しい人間を始
human,
めたい
not Beatrice.
だから
So I want you to take
こ
me
こから連れ出してほしいもう
I don't need
紅茶も
tea
いらない
anymore.
ドレスもいら
I
ない
don't need this
金
dress.
蔵とも二度と
I
会わぬ
won't meet with Kinzo
ここよ
again.
りわらわを連れ出し
Please
てくれ
take me from here,
ローザ
Rosa. However, that responsibility was one that a child such as me couldn't possibly bear fully, but her serious gaze and brilliant smile, almost as though an evil spirit had been lifted from her, made me feel a little courage start to rise up inside myself. This was definitely something that would get me into a lot of trouble, but it was definitely the right thing to do. I didn't know how it will turn out, but I'll take her out. Of course, I won't be able to ask for help from father, and not mother either. Should I talk to Onisan or Nesama? Onisama or Nesama? No, that would be... what about reliable Genji-san or... That's right, what about Kumasawa-san, to whom I can always talk when I'm in trouble? I'm sure they'll be able to do something. Anyways, from now on, I'll take her out of here, because it is no longer a place where she wishes to be. And so I took her to the crack in the fence and led her outside. She was all nervous, checking to make sure there was no wolves around. But after that fear disappeared, she seemed somehow to be having fun, even just walking around the dense forest. Every time she found something, she would ask me about it. And they were all really minor things. What's that flower? What's this leaf? And that sound? What's that smell? It was really like the inside of a fence had been her entire world. So to her, who had stepped out of the world, this was, it's strange. In the beginning, when I first saw her, I thought that she was just the absolute incarnation of a witch relaxing by a witch's mansion, but now it's different, or actually, the complete opposite. She had gone out of a world she had believed to be finite, and was full of joy at realizing for the first time that the world was endless. So everything she saw was new. It was almost as though she was the one who had been thrown into a fairy tale. If she was Alice, then I felt almost like a rabbit holding a watch. To her, it was probably a really fun walk, filled to the brim with excitement. But as for me, the truth was I was completely bewildered. After all, I had walked randomly to get there. There was no way I could have known the way back to the mansion. There were no lights in the forest, and I hadn't brought a flashlight. I realized that it would be terrible if it got dark while we were still like this, and grew impatient. She was too innocent, and apparently she couldn't understand at all how frightening it would be to face the night inside the forest. But I was the one who had brought her outside. Somehow I had to take responsibility to resolve the situation, and I thought that for now we should just go out to the sea. If we then follow the coast around, eventually we should definitely be able to make it back to the mansion. However, there was much more of a problem than I imagined. After all, I didn't have a map or a compass. There was no way I could walk in a straight line through the uncultivated forest, and I had immediately lost my sense of direction. I already had no clue which trail I had come by and was completely lost. At this rate, night would definitely fall before I even knew where I was walking. But I didn't have the luxury to complain, because that woman following behind me was so innocent and having so much fun. Therefore, for the sake of her smile, if nothing else, I absolutely had to guide her out of this forest. Gritting my teeth so that I didn't show her a troubled face, I pushed my way onward through the pathless woods. And although we had various troubles, we were lucky enough to make it to the sea. At that time I still didn't have a clue where I was on the island, but For the time being, I was just a little reassured, realizing that if I just went around this way, I would surely be able to return to the mansion. Of course, although I said that we reached the sea, we were on the top of a rocky cliff. The beach was far below us. I was tired from walking around the forest for so long, so I thought that even though it was a rocky beach, an open area would probably be much easier to walk in, so I planned to somehow go down the rocky cliff. It did look pretty dangerous, but I wondered if there was some other way. However, Beatrice agreed with my plan without any doubts. Even though she was probably older than me, she obeyed me truly obediently, although almost as though she were some kind of chick who believed I was her mother bird. I searched to see if there was some place where I could get down the cliff. Then I found a place where the cliff had crumbled into a slope. It looked a little dangerous, but I went down on both hands and both legs like I was crawling. I thought it would probably be okay. Let's go down here. It'll be dangerous if you aren't careful. But for now, if we go down to the beach and walk along it, I think we can avoid getting lost anymore. If you will do that, then let's go. I find this getting lost to be fun also. I'm very happy. She really had no sense of danger. There was probably no mistake that she had lived a life without discomfort. Even though she knew it would get dark when night fell, she couldn't imagine how dangerous the inside of a forest could be without light. Furthermore, it seemed that she couldn't grasp at all how dangerous it might be if she fell from the cliff. I warned her once more to be careful. I cautiously examined the place where we could go down. It looked pretty high up. I think it might have been about 10 meters down. If you look at it from the bottom up, it would probably have looked shorter than the roof of the mansion, but looking from to the top, it almost felt like staring down from the Tokyo Tower's observation room. But Beatrice still appeared to be completely without fear. It felt as though she had never been taught that high places were dangerous. No, maybe she truly believed that she was a witch and that she could fly, so there wasn't anything dangerous. Please be careful, it's pretty high. I will be careful. I see there's a beach if we go down there. Is there an aquarium there? No, there are no aquariums on this island. But I think there are a lot of fish in the sea. I see. So there are fish. Are there whales and dolphins and penguins like you talked about? No, you will have to go to an aquarium for those. And there aren't any aquariums unless you leave this island. Is that so? But I look forward to it. What kind of fish are whales? They're like really big fish, and aren't they mammals? And they spit out seawater. Then the dolphins, they're really smart fish, but aren't they also mammals? They're really smart and they can be taught tricks and stuff. Then what about penguins? Weren't they birds? What's this? Didn't you say that fish were in aquariums? Well, there isn't only fish. There are full of kinds of things that live in the ocean. I'm really looking forward to that. She might have described it as a funny, rushed, and short voice. No, probably it was a scream, I think. She suddenly made a sound like that. Her body separated from the cliff and gently fell down. I immediately thought to say to her, How many times did I warn you to be careful? It was the thought of a child. It was how a child immediately gets mad when something happens, trying to show that they are not at fault. Of course I said it too. Are you alright? How many times did I warn you? So, after she fell from the cliff, what happened? What happened to her, Rosa? Rosa fell silent. Her gaze fell to her feet, and as though she were seeing through the floor to some disgusting memory. She died, right? Eva brutal words were the one that Rosa had wanted to avoid. And when she was hit with them, she screamed in resignation. Yes, she did. It was a rocky beach, many sharp and dangerous rocks laid exposed. Her eyes were still open, her blood kept pouring out. Suddenly a red carpet was spreading out. I spoke to her, I shook her. But she refused to respond, not even a blink. She wouldn't even close her eyelids. It was my fault. She was wearing a dress, remember? Even though I knew that her outfit was difficult to move in, I said we should go down the cliff. She was incredibly innocent and she obeyed what I said without any doubts. How long do you plan on remaining dead? Open your eyes already. Honestly, just turning into a lump of meat without me. I was just flirting with your friend, the sexiest chick. More importantly, what is all of this? It is as you see. I missed my footing, fell down, and died. What did you say? Even though you appeared as the 90th person, you say you died. Don't mess with me. This can't be. Auntie Rosa was a kid and she was panicking. It's not like she was a doctor. She probably made a mistake thinking you were dead. And you probably were in a state of apparent death or something, but actually alive, right? It can't be. She's obviously alive. Otherwise, she wouldn't be here in front of me, right? The kid-aged Auntie Rosa was shaking Beatrice's body, crying. I too stared into that face, but her eyes were still open, and it was really a corpse. I wanted to brush it off with something vague like a state of apparent death. But from that angle, there was nothing apparent about it. She really didn't look anything but dead. Beatrice had fallen upside down from the cliff of that height, and her head had smashed against the point tip of those sharp rocks. You would die, wouldn't you, from that height and those rocks? But I can't accept that. No matter how dead she looks, she must be alive, and she became this damn irritating witch. That way, all of the inconsistencies fit. She'd been confined by grandfather in a hidden mansion the whole time, and then to avenge herself she planned out her revenge and would go on to commit a number of atrocious murders. Auntie Eva probably just mistakenly thought that she was dead, but she was really alive, and as soon as Auntie Rosa left she miraculously started breathing again, and then somehow lived until today, and would open the curtain on the scene of her revenge. Otherwise, the facts don't fit together. I won't let you trick me this easily. Can you repeat it in red? That she died for certain? She has to be alive, right? It's obvious. How does that look like being alive to you? She's definitely dead. My theory about the 90th person was grandfather's mistress, who was a human Beatrice, broke down. I thought I imagined to see you from non ho mai sentito quella parola. To see you from a defensive position into a counterattack, but then Who are you? You just died this very minute. You aren't going to say that you revived yourself with magic, are you? I think I've already explained it, though. The me that is lying over there definitely has my soul, but the body was nothing more of a cage of flesh tying me to the physical world. And that cage of flesh was thus broken. Do you understand what that means? I don't have a clue anymore. Keep having fun with your witch girl talk. I'll listen instead of eating a cookie. What? It's empty. Hey, could you get me some more tea? Run over. Our guests want some black tea. When Beato clapped her hands, Ronove appeared. Butler sure are convenient. A refill, is it? Certainly. How much should I pour you? Well, I've got more than enough to go with. Halfway will be fine. Filling it to the brim regardless is the English custom. Even though just enough to wet my throat would have been fine, he filled it to the top with tea. I turned my back to Beato, sipping it in silence. Wait. Open your eyes. Beatrice! Rosa shook me. No, she shook the corpse that had once been me. I watched her over a short distance away. Ah, so I fell from there and died. I believed that was true for a while. After that, I saw Rosa spend a long time beside my corpse, then watched her as she ran away. Eventually, I realized that I was a different individual from that corpse. That's right. I am me. So I finally be able to escape from Kinzo's restrictions. Eventually I felt the memory returning, the fact that I was the endless witch who had lived for 1,000 years. And then I remembered that I have been summoned by Kinzo and for a long time had been imprisoned by him. While I had been imprisoned in a cage of flesh, I had completely lost my memory as a witch. However, thanks to Rosa, if you could say that, thanks to my accidental but fortunate death, I now finally brought myself together. Rosa, you were probably regretting that you brought about my death. But as for me, I could even thank you. Rosa was already nowhere to be seen. She had gone to call a doctor, or she escaped from a scene which had become frightening. That no longer matters. That soulless shell is no longer worth anything. All that aside, for how frail I am now, even the glorious midday sun is agony to me now. I destroyed my human form, then I changed it into several golden butterflies. Yes, with my magic power as frail as it is now, this form is easier. And to escape even a little from the light of the sun, I rode the wind and lightly passed over the cliff. It will probably be somewhat cooler in the forest. Anyways, I'll take some time to recuperate and regain my original power. As I think of how I pay Kinzo back for all, as I think of how I will pay Kinzo back for all he has done. Dancing alone through the night, I looked down at the shore one more time. On the rocky shore lay the figure I had once possessed, and that I would eventually regain. To regain the form of that physical body I've thrown away, it will probably take more than 100, 200 days. It might require 1,000 days, or maybe even more. However, I am the Endless Witch, the Golden Witch who had lived for 1,000 years. Waiting any countable number of days is no problem at all. Oh, Kinzo, you may regret that you are not here now. No longer will you be able to capture me. Ha ha ha. Abbiamo finito? No,
それで
And then you changed to gold butterflies, hid in the forest and waited for your magic power to be restored. Is that what you're saying?
そういうこと
That
だ
is correct.
そなたを嘲笑す
I
る
take
た
this
めにこ
form
の
to
姿を
sneer
取
at
った
you, but normally it would be easier magically for me to keep my form as golden butterflies.
無理しねえでな
Don't stress yourself and stay in that easy
ムカつく
form.
笑い声を
I
聞かず
wouldn't
に済
mind
むぞ
not hearing your irritating laugh.
蝶に
When I
姿を
turned
変
into
え森に
butterflies
紛
and
れ
slipped
た
into the
藁を
forest,
探し出す
it was already no longer
もはや
possible for
金蔵
Kinzo
に
to
は不
find
可
me.
能なだが
However,
金蔵も
Kinzo
指を
was not
加えて
able
いる
to
わけでは
stand
な
there
かった
doing
しかし
nothing.
藁を捕らえ
Still,
る方法は
he
す
would
ぐ
be
に用
unable
意
to
はできる
immediately prepare. Still, he would be unable to immediately prepare a way to catch me.
そのため
Therefore, he first moved immediately to prevent me from leaving the island
そして
and
藁が
keep me
力を
from
取り戻
regaining
す
my
ことがな
power.
いよやれやれ
My,
とに
my.
かく金蔵
All
の
I say is that
執念深いことで
Kinzo's tenacity
想
does
像を絶す
defy the
あれに
imagination.
惚れられるの
It is pretty tough to be
なかなかに辛い
loved
もの
by
だぞ
someone like that.
蝶になったお前を逃がさな
A
い
way to
方法
keep you from leaving after you became butterflies. What, did he put out a bug net around the entire forest? Indeed.
それを魔法
He
的に
did
行
the
った
magical
そな
equivalent.
たは知ってお
Did you
る
know?
船着き場の
On the
先
sea
の
in
洋上
front
に
of
岩
the
礁が
harbors
浮かび
floats a reef,
そこに小さな
on
東洋
which
魔術
sits a
の
small
祠がある
shrine of Eastern magic.
あ
Ah,
あ
that.
今年はなくなってた
It
けど
was
な
gone this year, though. It was a small shrine built long ago by a mountaineering ascetic, right?
六軒島は元来
This island was originally an island of distortions. Magical beings and other beings of similar ilk were attracted to
お
it.
嬢様も
Milady herself is one of them, I imagine.
紅茶のおかわりは
How about some more tea?
い
Please.
ただこうぞそれらは人間たち
They
以外
did harm humans and probably
お
left
そらく
several
数々の
eerie
不気
legends
味なる
behind
伝説
them.
それを聞きつけた
The
東
small
洋魔術師
shrine was
が
built in ancient
古代に
times
設
by
け
an
たの
Eastern
があの
mage
祠
who
なのだ
heard of
長
them.
い時間を経
A
て
long time passed, and
その
that
力を
power
失う
was
金蔵は
lost.
それを
By
修復
repairing
する
it,
ことで
Kinzo
島の
restored the
結界を
island
蘇
barrier
る
and once again tied me to this island.
西洋魔女のお
Can
前に
Eastern magic work on a
Koro
Western
の
witch like you?
本来は相性が悪い
Normally, the affinity is poor.
しかし藁を封じたい
However,
と
for
い
the
う目的
purpose of
において
sealing
は
me there, in a way, might have
ある意味都合が良かっただろうな。
been suitable.
藁はも
If it was Western magic, I would have some knowledge. For any barrier, there would have been some measures that I could have taken, but Eastern magic is outside my area of expertise.
藁が飲まんと
It
する
was
ス
as
ープに対し
qua l'aveva già detto, it was as if I had been given chopsticks instead of a spoon for some soup I was trying to eat.
東洋魔術が強く支
In
配
a
する
space
空間で
strongly
は
controlled by Eastern magic, Western magic loses much of its power. It would be likely to have taken her 1,000 days to regain her power even under normal circumstances, and now it would take her much, much longer.
それで
So you're trying to say that it took you 20 years to regain your power, and now you are revived like this?
辛く長い年月であ
Those
った
were horribly long
藁
years.
は黄金の
I
蝶
spent
の
many
姿
days
の
in the
まま
form of
長
gold
く日々を
butterflies, found Kinzo's
金蔵の
mansion,
屋敷を
and watched over
や
him
つの
every
町
day.
どのように仕
I
返しを
lived
して
those
やる
days with no means to enjoy myself except to ponder for how I would get back at him.
藁にとって幸
What
運
was
だった
fortunate for me was that during those 20 years, Kinzo tried to use every magic to find and capture me, and failed in them all.
人間に起こ
A
せる
human
奇跡の
cannot
数だ
bring about miracles
たかが
very
知れている
many times.
藁は我だけ
Even
長く
simply
捉えて
holding
い
me
ただけで
captive for that long had been a miracle far above his place.
そう何度も捉
It
えら
would
れ
be
てはたま
unthinkable
ら
for
ぬ
me to be captured like that multiple times.
じい様が前のゲームの
Grandfather
中で言
said
ってた
something
な
in the previous game
魔法は確率
that
的
was
奇跡
something
に
like
宿る
magic dwells in probabilistic miracles.
金蔵は藁を
While
再び
Kinzo
捉える
searched for a
技
hidden
術を
art
探
to
るうち
capture me
そ
again,
こに行き着
he
いた
ended
の
up
だ
like that.
そして
Then he finally worked out the ritual involving the offering of 13 sacrifices to revive me again.
13人
13 sacrifices. That is the witch's epitaph. It is a poem of sacrifices. 6 people on the first twilight, 2 people on the second twilight, and then 5 more on the 4th through the 8th twilights. A forbidden ritual involving the offering of a total of 13 people as sacrifices. Those sacrifices are chosen randomly, and the one holding the ritual, Kinzo himself, is not an exception. Out of your mind. Are you saying that the gruesome murders that occurred on this island were all part of that weird ritual? I was vaguely thinking that that might be a possibility, but I can hear that this is the truth from a witch and a demon and say, oh really, and accept it. There are 18 people on Rokkenjima, 13 are sacrifices, only 5 are left alive. Then I revive. In other words, the odds that Kinzo will be able to meet me again are probably around 1/3. He bet his own life on those ends, wishing for a reunion with me for the last bit of his remaining life. You're saying he gathered a family for the sake of that fucked up ritual? Oh, yeah, really fucking funny. Don't say stuff like that, damn it. It was according to the contract from the beginning. When Kinzo's life ended, all of the gold I had lent him and all of the assets that Kinzo created were to be received by me. Kinzo put me through a nightmarish ordeal, but thinking back on it now, it was an extraordinary period even amidst the past 1,000 years. After all, the natural enemy of a witch is boredom. To Kinzo, who offered me a chance to run away from that for several decades, yes, considering that among other things, I might have a slight debt to him. I decided to go along with Kinzo's game, and so, first off, Kinzo returns to me Yoshiromiya family head ring. It was the house revived by my gold, you see. Then I choose 13 people arbitrarily as sacrifices. And as that unfolds, you people are thrown into total confusion and show me various aspects of the fabric of human relationships as you stand against me, which gives me great pleasure. I really do like this game of Kinzo's. I definitely won't believe that kind of magic story. Then who are you? You fell off a cliff and died, damn it. Your soul ripped out, became butterflies and went to the forest? That's a lot of bullshit. But you are here. Who are you? Aren't you the 19th person? That's true. I am surely the 19th person. But it's no good, I am afraid. He's not goddamn good at all. Gli ha fatto il verso. There are no more than 18 humans on this Rokkenjima. Did you say? You're saying that the x of the x plus the 18 plus x doesn't exist? Are you saying that the piece that I took, the x, doesn't exist? That is what I meant. That is what it means. You have my condolences. However, milady, you truly are a fast walker. I thought you would let him flounder around a little more before turning everything over at the end. Well then, Butler-sama, will some more tea be agreeable to you? Esatto, bastava cambiare il wording, perché lei aveva detto oh no, non posso dire 18 perché poi mi escludo, e come avevo detto anch'io a inizio live, un po' ho fatto il giochino suo. Ma non può dirlo perché sennò si tira la zappa sui piedi. Basta dire che non ci sono più di 18 umani. Fa tutto, lo mette nel corner, non si esclude come colpevole perché è una strega. The culprit can't be one of the 18. Then what the hell are you? Why are you here? If the 19th person doesn't exist, and you're saying you're one of the 18 in disguise? For you, although you are reluctant to use it, doubting one of the 18 will serve as a final escape room, much like castling. However, for me, the hard part is just beginning. You need only throw away appearances, but you can prepare yourself. But you can prepare a culprit freely amid the 18 people, finding a route through the 18 pieces in order to checkmate you and force you to accept me will be truly difficult. Like hell I'll do that. I don't doubt any of the 18. I don't want to doubt. Have I really been cornered here again? Damn it. It looks like my game with you. It looks like my game with you, it looks like my game with you, which has lasted 3 rounds, is finally entering the end game, doesn't it? There's nowhere to run anymore, you know? You don't want to doubt any of the 18 beloved people in the 18, right? I can take that burden from you if you want. And yet, why do you refuse me? You say you should play the opening like a book, like the middle game like a magician, and the end game like a machine. I'll corner you from here on. Slowly, carefully, surely. Or on the other hand, would it be better if I pressed you all at once, as would be fitting for you? That should suit you. Let's do that. I already have thorough knowledge of which methods of attack you cannot handle. Bene, penso che possiamo fermarci qua, direi. Sì. Direi, adesso vediamo dove va, poi ci fermiamo. Vorrei anche sapere che ore sono nella storia, dico. Ok. I ragazzi sono nella guest house. Canon è qui. Genji. Shannon e George ovviamente gli starà facendo il solito discorso. Ah, mezzanotte. Beh, sapete che cosa vuol dire? Roger? Luke, non so se c'è ancora, da un po' che non commenta. Spero ci sia, spero non si sia perso questo episodio. Ci sono, ok. No, immaginavo, per essere sicuro. Gli adulti che parlano, che arghiano nella sala. Ormai è diventata prassi. Goda in cucina. Kinzo nel suo studio. Chi è che manca? Kumasawa, Nanjo. Poi abbiamo visto tutti, penso. C'è la nostra amata Beatrice. No, ma dai, che brutto. Mezzanotte. Facciamo, allora, siccome adesso la live finisce e non penso che mostrano subito il primo crepuscolo, facciamo il toto morto? Secondo voi chi è morto? Ditemi 6 persone che potrebbero essere morte sto giro.